For anyone that has not seen V8 Superboats up close, make sure you get yourself to an event at some point during the year. We're at Temora to kick off the new season in early September before returning to Keith in mid-October ahead of the final round of the calendar year back at the Cabarita Circuit on the north coast of New South Wales. February sees a double header in the New South Wales Riverina with events at Temora and Griffith, whilst the season comes to its conclusion at the annual Keith Show in late March.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Spitwater is a trusted Aussie icon. Its products are built tough, just like the conditions they work in. A wide range of Spitwater pressure cleaners is available in hot or cold water, electric, petrol or diesel, offering a wide range of cleaning solutions. Royal Answers also stock the VacStorm range of tough commercial vacuums for both wet and dry cleaning options. For the cooler months, there is the popular Jetfire range of LPG and diesel heaters. Available from Royal Answers Tractor Replacements, Sam Street, Forbes.
class now. This is the little Psycho, and Kobe has been doing a hell of a job today, Mitch, and we certainly look forward to seeing what he can do in this fourth round of qualifying for Kobe. And just quickly, as I thumb through some paperwork, just having a very quick look. Kobe's best time today so far has been a 52.09, so let's see if Kobe can go any better. And as he comes to the split for the first time, it is a 33.265, so that's quite good there for young Kobe, and we'll see if he can lower his best time overall as we come back from the lunch break. So here we go now. He'll come around to stop the clock. Let's have a look. A 50.968, so that is his best time of the day. And if you are writing it down, 50.96.
Maybe a little bit up when he split there as well. This time out 33.26. Previously it was a 33.8. Bringing it home with sub 18 for the second half of the track. He's picked up his time mostly in the second half of the track. Tipping the time board so far with a 48.75 best to date. He did have a bit of an issue there with qualifying number 2, but he's come back in qual number 3 and redeemed himself. But as those of you know, we are at qualifying number 4 now, so we've got 2 more qualifiers to get done and dusted before we see the elimination round. So as his biggest time so far is a 23.22, and we see a 22.80, so faster again to that split. So this, if you can keep the back half of this lap together, this is going to be fast, Sebastian. We might see a sub 48 the way we're going here. We might see him into the 47s.
Certainly looking good out there aboard the rip shift entry as he comes around now. This sweeping right-hander to the finish line. And that's a 47.95, a 47.95, and that's the first time today that Bastian has broken into the 47 bracket. So well done there with a 47.952. And just quickly, if you are watching this at home or you're across your social medias, please put up a post. Let your friends, family, neighbours, work colleagues, etc. know that this is on. I'm sure they'd love to tune in the action. Hey, Mitch.
One thing to keep an eye out too, for those that have got friends or family that are trying to get onto the live stream, it is a free live stream. So if you see anything coming up asking you to go to a post or put your credit card details in, they'll link straight away. It's a free live stream via the YouTube page for the AFJSA, the Superboats. So just keep that in mind if you are at home or you have friends at home looking at me saying, oh, let's look at some of these start line here. Cole's done 2 runs early on, and first and second call back to back with biggest spot so far. A little bit backwards in call 3 with about a half a second dip, just short of half a second dip on his last qualifier. So he's really coming through here. Really will be the sub 23.9. 23.5, so he's picked up nearly half a second in this qualifier so far in the first half of the lap. So he's going to try and bring this home fairly solidly. Try and reel in Bastian's time there.
Okay, here he comes down now to the final corner, that right-hander, and as he crosses the line, let's have a look there for the Blackout Racing pilot, a 49.43 there for Kyle. So
that's that half a second gain that we saw, nearly that half a second in the first half of the lap. He carried that right through, and he's obviously made a slight gain in the back end of the track, so he's picked up half a second from his best time, which was previously a 49.924. So, there's his half a second that he chased. Yeah, you just got to keep reeling in that time. Try and chase down Maston's 47.95.
Yeah, I would say be very happy as he takes the KMC Performance entry back to the pits there. A good-looking boat, that one too. And now we're turning to our attention to our next competitor coming up. Just trying to get a hold of it now as it comes out the chute. Let's have a look. This is...
No limits boat. So we have the Boysters race team. These guys all the way from New Zealand. Talking about it in the pits there at the lunch break. He's just made a few games. He's getting comfortable here. He's come out of a back in this LA. That's Australian, so he's just
Matt Harrop certainly doing a good job there in the no limits entry. Let's have a look now with his first time sector split. It was a 24.31, so not a bad time there for Matt. And he'll push now onto the finish line, the no limits entry, stopping the clock. Let's have a look there with a 50.88, a 50.881, a second time split of 26.564. So 50.881 there for Matty, and that is also his best time of the day. So times continuing to tumble here in this round 4 of competition.
Just having a few microphone technical issues here, so we're just sorting that out as we go on the fly. We've got Matt Malthouse out here now. Now, last time out, Matt managed, he was pretty quick. He was on a flyer, but coming into the right-hander under the finish line, we saw Matt just grab a little bit of bank on the inside. And it spat him wide, spectacular off. Unfortunately, he didn't get it on camera for you guys to see, but Matt's just come through there now with a 23.888. Best so far is he's just a little bit down on his last lap. That he was on a pretty good run. So we'll just see how Matt comes home in this lap. He is looking pretty quick there. He's come through there with a 49.667. 49.667 for Matt in the Nude Nuts team. So brings you up best to date prior to that was a 50.05. So we'd be pretty happy with how he's gone with that one.
Yeah, and I'll tell you now straight up, he'll be very happy. The team will thumbs up as they come off the track there aboard the Collins Constructions entry. That thing took a big lift today, and they've crashed back into the pits to get that going. And great to have that back up and running. So the key signs number 69. The local boys here today flying the flag for South Australia. I'm sure they've got a lot of support in the crowd, and a multitude of sponsors will run through them as the day progresses. But nevertheless, that was his best time, a 49.667. This is Adam Salts out there in the steady eddy. Let's see what Adam can do.
Quickest one so far for Adam. Where are we? Steady Eddie. The Steady Eddie guys, 56 there.
Adam's best run of the day.
56 flat. Looks like we're a 56.0 best so far for Adam. So we should see his split is around about where he has been.
Adam's split there was a 27.6. 27.65 to be exact. Come around now to complete this lap there. Put the step in. Let's have a look, a 56.6.
56.6, so he's lost about 0.6 of a second there up from where he was earlier in the day. So with any, we see it quite regularly. People go and have the dinner break and then come out after the dinner break. They've relaxed a little bit. So hopefully that's all Adam's done there, and we'll see him come out and just pick up a little bit of time in the next lap.
Qualifying round for circulation now as he goes down from furthest away from the commentary box and around the back, cuts down the middle into this right-hander, and we'll see what the clock stumps up as he comes across the line, the solid gold, with a 54.907. So a good run there, not bad at all for solid gold. In fact, his best run of the day, a 54.907.
I think to be very happy with that. Coming to this sport, Uncle Chris, one of the long-time racers here. He's come back in recent years, built solid gold from the ground up, and he stepped out of the LS side of things and gone into Superboat in a big way, and really pushing hard with what he's doing there. So Lance will be pretty happy with how that run's turned out. We just got to keep working on it as we see Luke Waters come out now in smart. Luke's been slowly chipping away at his time there. He's had some pretty good runs so far. Haven't had a DNF yet, so he's definitely going to be happy with that one. I think so far he's into the low 54s, so he'll roll back through here with a split time of 25.6, so he's about half a second up, close to half a second up on his best split. So he's definitely making changes in the right direction. Just got to get the driving down pat and just bring it out nice and strong. I'm sure the boys will be very happy with how they've progressed today. As he's coming down through the centre of the track with the last right hander. Through there for a 54.101. 54.101.
And that was the best time of the day there for Luke Waters aboard the Spartan, doing a good job, a 51.101, and he'll be happy with that. His time continues to tumble, which is good to see, as he brings the black attack into the pit area. And we're certainly looking strong. I think borrowed time coming up next. And we're just doing a little bit of a shuffle up here in the commentary box, and we'll be sure to get it right as quick as we can. Nevertheless, borrowed time coming up next.
Borrowed time boys have been chipping away at this. They've definitely been making some good gains today. Talking to Mike there at the start of the day, they played around with a few different blade combinations, or they were playing around with a few different blade combinations today to try and just get a bit of growth on and some progression on where they're at. So they're definitely driving the boat well, but that makes it a big help. boat's not bogging like it was earlier in the day, so he's letting the boat do a little bit more work, and he's not too aggressive on the wheel. He comes down through, though his split then was a 26.28, 26.28. So last time out, we saw him come through. So he's come through then in borrowed time. It was a 55.24.
55.24, his best run of the day, eclipsing his best previous, which was a 56.1. So a 56.1 dropping to a 55.2. That's almost a good second for the borrowed time pilot there. Well done to Mike Hassel as he goes back to the pits there. That's certainly a good run. Coming up next, it looks like Twisted is making its way over to the staging area. So this will be Jade Atchison coming up next. She is a fast female, that's for sure. The Princess of Power coming into play as she gets herself ready now. Her best run of the day is a 52.0. Let's see if she can better that. Jade stamps on that loud throttle and she is smooth, I got to tell you. The 777 certainly slices and dices nicely through the water. And she is on it, looking good for this first sector here as she continues to make her way around. This is qualifying round 4, and times since lunch have been tumbling. Speaking of times, a first sector as she goes across the line aboard the Twisted with a 24.456.
So she's about a tenth up on a last best split. So Jade's out there. She's the one with the whole team on her shoulders here. We saw Darren out earlier, but talking to him in the pits in the disturb boat, he's hurt had a wiring issue with the fly-by-wire on the LS, just as she comes through with a 51.59, which is her best time. Previous was a 52.09, so she's picked up nearly half a second there, so she'd be very... 51.95, not 5.9, 51.95, so she's picked up a bit over a tenth, so you know that's the gain. That was the gain in the first half of the lap. So the second half she's brought it home pretty consistently, which is a feat in itself in a track like this. It isn't too demanding, this track today, but yeah, it's definitely keeping a few of these drivers on their toes.
Okay, coming up next looks like it will be the Rip Shift entry. This will be a Bastion Mullen, and this boat dual entered this weekend, but for now Bastion gets himself ready as he launches. Instant noise, look at that, he's just absolutely picked it up, placed it where he needs to be, splash goes the water, and this Rip Shift entry is certainly moving at a great rate of knots here in this opening sector for Bastion.
Bastion got a bit of chasing to do with brother. Bastion's got no chasing to do.
It's actually Nate.
Yeah, it should be Nate out there now. Sorry, yeah, a bit of chasing to do with brother Bastion's gone out there and topped the time board so far with a 47.9, which he done first run out in qualifying 4. Previous to that was a 48.75. So the boys are still making plenty of gains as Bastion just comes through over the finish line. That's Nate, sorry, comes through over the finish line there now with a 48.43. So that's a big gain for Nate as he was in the last run out. Nate come through with a 50, so that's his first dip sub 50, so he'd be very happy with that one.
Okay, once again, apologies there to Nate. As we said, the Mullen entry is dual entered. We had the wrong driver aboard, but nevertheless, he'll take that back to the pits aboard Rip Shift, and certainly getting the job done.
Just a public service announcement. There's a black Samsung phone handed in to the bar. It was lost around the toilet area. So if you've got a black Samsung phone, it would be sitting at the bar if you have it lost. So black Samsung phone at the bar. Whilst we have John Berry out on track at the moment. So John's one of our New Zealand team over here for the weekend as he comes through with a 26.20 split. So he's slowly reeling that time in. He's getting a lot more confident in this boat. His splits haven't been down that low so far. Sort of seen splits for him around the 29s, 30s. So John will be pretty happy to start making some gains on this package. Never driven it before, so I think he's done pretty well considering. So that brings him in with a 53.788. 53.788. Which puts him position 7 so far for qualifier number 4.
And quite interesting, drops his best time by a whopping 5 seconds from a 58 to a 53. That's pretty awesome there for John.
I think the lunch break's done him well. He's obviously sat down and had a bit of time to be able to readjust.
Going to say, I don't know what he had for lunch, but I'll have a double. Well done there to John as he brings the boat back in slowly but surely. Another one of these KMC performance boats here this weekend that have done a stellar job. And the 219.
Whilst we see the Nude Nuts guys come out in the B team, Mitch Malthouse, local guy. Now bear in mind this boat got spat out an hour and a half ago in a spectacular way, and the boys managed to piece it all back together and get it back on the track. They didn't even drop around. Father Matt spat it out, and they went back and done a quick repair on the back corner, and Mitch still managed to get out for qualifier number 3. So huge effort for them guys as Mitch is coming around for his split here now. 23.72. 23.72, which just chasing up here where Mitch's his last run was probably not the best. Previous to that, we have him at a 25 for the best split. So, the boys are really stepping it up here now. It was a 25 flat.
Mitch will come to the line now. Let's have a look with a 46.973. That's stellar. Oh, there was a redress. Okay, yeah.
He's had a wrong way, and he's had to readdress, and it slipped us. So in the first half of the track, he's picked up over a second. So he's definitely working on that driving.
Speaking of working on, you'll notice too, since the accident before lunch, the team have reapplied the rear spoiler to the boat. So they have been working on that, and thankfully the boat seems good at the moment, loud and proud, looking good aesthetically, nice and straight with that spoiler reattached, and we'll see what they can do. Coming up next will be the Steady Eddie entry once again, and I believe this will be Jody Cottam coming out now.
Jody's quickest time so far is a 56.315.
Well, very interesting. She's just gone back to the trailer.
Oh, she's put it back on the trailer. I don't know what's happened there.
Oh no, coming back off the trailer again now.
So crisis averted there. Jody's best time so far is a 56.315 with a split of 27.111. So keep an eye on that. If she comes through the split up on that 27.1, I'm sure she'll be pretty keen to bring it home strong.
So the steady entry coming out now with support from Miller Service Centre. Thank you very much to Miller Service Centre supporting the Steady Eddie combination this week. Another one of the dual-entered boats. And great to have Jody Cottam out there now. She plants that foot. And away we go with Jody at the wheel. She'll be looking to better a 56.3. And I'm sure she'll be feeling quietly confident in doing so as she makes her way through this first sector of the track. Okay, coming around now, she'll slip back through the centre and certainly looking strong. And let's see what the split is as she comes through the gate. A 26.92. She's her sector there, Mitch.
So she's 2/10 up on where she was earlier on in the day with a split. So if she can replicate that to the back half of the track, we can see a pretty good tumble on the previous best of a 56.315. So just keep an eye on her as she comes down through the back half of the track here, cross through the middle into the final right-hander, which we've seen take a few people out so far today, just snagging the inside of that. So Steady Eddie, she's 56 flat, 56.062. So she's picked up 0.3 of a second. So she'd be pretty stoked with that. It's a shared boat. She's the B driver, and she's just managed to snag the A driver by 0.6 of a second. And it doesn't sound like much, but in racing, that's quite a bit.
Absolutely, it is a fair distance, although it doesn't sound like much, as you said there, Mitch, of course. But great to see that since lunch, the majority of the competitors have dropped their times. And speaking of dropping their times, we will now be going to the second of our junior competitors. This is Kobe Burke and Harry J, of course. They're the two competitors. And the one coming out next will be Harry J. Harry J coming out. His best time of the day so far is a 65.9. Let's see if he can drop that.
Good save.
Okay, so he's out on the track now, and we'll be watching Harry as he makes his way around there. And quite a bit of a speed difference you can see from the big boys with the big toys, but nevertheless, the fun is exactly the same. The thrill, the exhilaration, everything that goes with it, and adrenaline rush right now for this young man who's having the time of his life out there, Mitch.
Yeah, young 12-year-old Harry. It's his first weekend jumping in a boat. They gave him a few laps yesterday just to get comfortable. He hasn't really done too much motorsport previous to this. Been a fan, but never really done it. So I don't know what you're doing at 12 years old, Paris, but I bet you weren't racing around in a jet sprint boat. That's for sure.
Certainly not, but I wish I was.
So hopefully those in the crowd got down and just had a bit of a look at this thing. Like I said before, 8 years to 16 years of age, you can get down in there and you can actually race this thing around. So, great run there, coming through with a 64.60. So Harry be pretty happy with that. He's
I'll tell you what, that's
his quickest time so far. He's picked up a second on his previous best. So, small steps is the way to get there, and with his first weekend racing in the boat, I think he'd be pretty happy with how he's going so far.
I'm sure he and his family would be absolutely wrapped for the young man. He's bettered his time every time he's gone out the gate, and that's all that matters. So good on him. As the second junior competitor he'll go back now to the pit area, and we'll change to a next class.
Now, I believe we should see Brendan Doyle coming out in the Mistress first. So Brendan's had some... it's just come up. So Brendan had some engine dramas in his pulse boat called the Girlfriend, the blue one, and he's jumped in his brother's boat, which is actually Brendan's old boat, just to go out there and do a few laps and get some time on the board. So he's going to take it steady because he's just jumped out of his boat, which handles slightly differently. Doesn't want to jump in his brother's boat and put it back on the trailer with damage. So we see him come through with a 28.17 for the split, which is well down on where we've seen the other guys in the 23s and 24s. But I'm sure Brendan's just taking it easy because he wants to put this thing back in one piece, because brother Simon will come out at the end of the LS guys, and he'll be able to have a steer himself. The downside to A and B team is you can't wreck the other bloke's chances. So come through there with a 58.41. So it's nearly 10 seconds off the pace of where Brendan would like to be if he was in his package. But like I said, he's just taking it easy. We'll see you jump down on time there over the next couple of laps. He just needs because he hadn't qualified in the Mistress, he had to go out and get a time on the board to actually qualify, so he might step it up a bit now. As we see Jody Ely in the Rampage boat, just coming to the start line now to face the starter. So, Jody previously, he was leading the timesheets, and just before the lunch break, we had NZ's favourite son, Ollie Silverton, out there and really threw it around and pulled down a couple of seconds on where he was previously. So Jody's going to go out there this time round and just see whether he can bridge that gap now. Ollie's thrown a lap down. It's probably taken the boys by a little bit of surprise as Jody comes around with a 24.94 in the first split. So he's down. No, he's down a little bit from where he was earlier with a 24.6. So we'll just see how he brings this lap home as he comes back through the middle of the track here into the final right-hander, and we'll see a 58.416. 51.64. 51.64. So it's a little bit slower than his previous lap with a 51.44, but just out after the dinner break, maybe he's just a little bit relaxed and just take his time to get comfortable in the boat again.
Yeah, Jody certainly gave it all he could out there, but not able to bring in his best time as the reigning Group A Australia 2, the Rampage, signed perfection, will go back to the pits. Who do we have coming up next, Mitch?
We've got Ollie Silverton. So last lap out, Ollie's really given the Group A guys a shake-up. Whirled in with a 49.43 on his last lap, which is his best lap for the day. The boys came over and they made a few changes after tomorrow. They weren't happy with the performance of the boat, so made a few changes, and obviously them changes have gone in the right direction as he comes down through the split here now with a split of 23.67. So we did see a previous best split of a 23.54, so he is off a little bit, but should still see him come in with a high 49 if he brings this home fairly solid in the back end. He have noticed a few little lifts there while he's been in the back half of this track, so we might see a low 50 as he comes down through the centre of the track here, final right-hander, and we see him cross for a 49.88. 49.88. So he's about 4.5 tenths off his previous best. So he may have had one too many sandwiches in the lunch break. You said 5, so don't. No pleasure wasn't up here. Still a fairly quick lap there from Ollie, so I'm sure he'll still be happy with that, but they'll go back, probably make a few little changes, just start working on that jet unit a little bit and start getting that boat ready to pick up that few more tenths for the finals. He's still got a little bit of wriggle room with the guys behind him in the 50s and 51s. So 51.10 is Justin Royliance's previous best time. And Justin looks like he's next off the trailer, so Justin's previous best time in this new package was a 51.108, and his split time was a 24.53. So keep that in mind when Justin comes through the split there with a 24.53 is his previous best. Talking to him in the dinner break, still got a little bit up his sleeve with it. Brand new package, not comfortable to just go out there and give it absolutely everything as yet. Although not sure what's happened here. They've just put it back on the trailer and they're pulling it out of the water. So we may not see Justin come back out. There may be a jet unit issue there. You can see the crew looking at the back of the boat. Not sure what's going on there. I think the reverse bucket may have an issue. So we might see Noel Verning in quiet time. Might see Noel address the starter here, and no doubt Justin will get thrown on the stopwatch. Noel's warming up at the moment. whilst we look over and we see the girlfriend and the mistress teams change over. Brendan out, Simon in. Right out here we see Noel backing off the trailer right now. So Noel's chipping away. Previous best time was a 55.95. So 55.95. Noel's running an older style engine, previous engine. He's just getting his head around it. He has got a new package in the making, so he can mix it up with the guys. But
so out there now, Noel Verning having a crack. Let's see what he can do aboard this orange machine, supported by Ag and Fab Contracting and also JMV Craig. And he's doing a good job. Has he gone the wrong way? Yes, we think he has. Will he readdress the situation? Time will tell. So that is a bad luck there for Noel Venning in the quiet time entry. This is going to set him back a little because he was hoping to gun for a quicker time than his 55.9, and he's blowing that out the window, it is fair to say, this time around. And in fact, the first time he comes through the split, look at that, it is a 45.0, so that's right up there again, almost with his full time. So we'll just have to see what happens now. This is going to be quite off the mark for him, but nevertheless, the truckie who changes the 18-wheel big rig for the nimble jet boat out there, having a great time. I'm sure the smile on the dial is still there despite the mistake. He'll come around through this right-hander for the final time to the line. And yeah, certainly Noel there, a 114.5. That's a long way away from the mark of 114.5. But he had to redress the situation. If you do take a wrong corner, for those of you tuning in on the Facebook Live, you have the option to redress, or you can abort your run and take it back to the pits. As we saw that time, the quiet time pilot readdressed his situation and took the full time as the Matrix entry now coming in to the staging area over there.
We see Huey Gilchrist had a bit of the arm of Hugh in the lunch break. He's had pretty good run so far today. He's just slowly creeping up on it. He's got TJ Tremaine Dukes, previous racer, in his corner, just giving him some help with boat setup and just some driving tips. And he just said, TJ just told him to just hold off a bit, get your head around it. It's a brand new package. Haven't driven, so don't go out there and try and overdrive it, which is wise words from TJ. So Huey's just going to slowly creep up on it. He's very happy with the handling of the boat and the power of the boat. He's just not out there to win it so early, as we see Hugh come through with a 27.5. So a little bit down on the split there. His split time earlier was a 29, so he's still up from where he was. As he nearly took a hesitation there and nearly missed the corner. He brings that through for a 7. Hang on, where are we? Hugh Gilchrist, 57.24, 57.24.
Well. There you have it, and as we said there, it's a new combination. It's a brand new Aussie-built boat, the Pulse race boat with a JRE race engine combination. So Mitch calling it beautifully there. They're just trying to still get their head around the package and come to terms with what it can and can't do out on the track. But the 863 will go back now, and not his best time, but certainly not his worst either. So I'm sure there's plenty of room for growth.
As we see Simon Doyle take to the stage, I just looked down and noticed the Spitwater boat of Justin Roylance has been taken back to the pits. So I'd say they had issues with the reverse bucket by the look of it. So hopefully they can get that sorted out before the countdown finishes and get the boat back in and just get a little bit more seat time. While Simon's out here now, so Simon's just been slowly creeping up on his best here now. So far, a best for him is a 62.6 with a split of a 30.9. 29. So,
well, he's bettered that now with a 29.5.
so he's over a second up on his split, which if he can keep this pace up, he should be able to make quite a gain on his previous best.
So we'll watch him now through the back end of the course. The mistress said that is the mean green machine you see before your eyes. As he'll come down now to the final right-hander. Oh, gee, lucky to hang on to that. Simon Doyle, a 101.4. So still his best time of the day, 101.4.
Picked up a second there, but if you noticed, he just hung in a little bit wide when he come into that right-hander, and he just hit the peninsula, and that could have been quite dangerous if he just hung it out just a little bit too much further. They only need to be another inch to his left, and that could have ended catastrophically for him, and he would have been coming straight towards us up here in the commentary tower.
Absolutely, we would have had to duck.
I'm sure he would have said something that rhymed with duck. But anyway, I think that rounds up the Group A category there now. I can't see the Spitwater boat back down here, although it's not in the pit tent, so it may be on its way back down. No, they're still there trying, so I think we might see the start of the Unlimited guys getting ready. We've got Fonzie Mullen down there warming this package of his up. We've got Scotty Krause, we've got Tyler Finch, we've got Daryl Hutton. So everyone's down here ready to rock and roll. So they'll be itching at the bit to get out there, and Fonzie will be looking at making some more gains, and the other guys would be looking at trying to reel him in just a little bit more.
Absolutely, the cast of the fast coming your way with the Unlimited, and we spoke about Fonzie Mullen. He's currently leading the timesheets right now, and his best time of the day so far has been a 45 flat. So we'll keep an eye on Fonzie Mullen. That's who they're all trying to chase, and no wonder why. He won the opening round of this Penroy V8 Superboat Series just a few weeks ago, and everyone is chasing him as also the reigning Australian and world champion. So the Ramjet pilot gets himself ready. He will be the next boat out for Sign Perfection. And although he's coming back to the trailer, though, I just pushed him away and he comes straight back to it. Let's hope there's not too much of an issue.
Not sure what's going on there, whether he's found an issue, whether there's something come up on his dash there letting him know of an issue. The boat is still running.
Okay, it looks like they're pushing him back out now. Take two. We're going to reset the plans now for Fonzie as he gets himself ready. Can he better his best time of the day? All eyes will be on that shot clock. There is no doubt about that, as the Ramjet pulse makes its way around now. And Fonzie is at the wheel, ready to let it loose. This should be a good run here.
The previous best is a 45 flat, 45.05. Saw him come out there, that was in Q2. Saw him come out in Q3 with a 45.23, so he did go a bit slower, so no doubt Fonzie is going to go and lay one down here just to prove that it wasn't a fluke, that 45 flat. We might even see him go into the 44s the way he's going here. We see 21.53, 21.53. So it's a little bit slower to the split there now. Previous best was a 21.40. So he is a tenth down in the first half of the track. As you see him come down through here, final right-hander goes through with a 45.15, 45.15. So he has gone better than his previous time, but his previous best is a 45.05. So he's just going to split the difference there between Q2 and Q3. So I'm sure he'll go back and just have a fiddle around there and just have a look and see what's going on with the jet unit. Make a few changes, just try and throw a bit more throw a bit more power at it maybe and see what he can do. He might leave it. Who knows?
Okay, so the Ramjet entry now goes back to the pits as the next competitor, just waiting to see who that is coming out. Let's have a look. It looks like it's the Phoenix Lubricants entry of Daryl Hutton. Hutton now starting to make his way over, and he's going to launch. Listen for that loud pedal as he stands on it. The boat just jumps to attention, and Hutton has been one to watch all day, and no doubt this time he will not disappoint. He looks to be on a flyer. There is water dispersing in every which way as the photographers out there all getting those classic photos with the rooster tails. But nevertheless, he'll come around for this first sector right now. Daryl Hutton, 8:22.5. He's certainly on a mission. There is no doubt about that. It looks fast. It's on the ragged edge, and he's doing a stellar job out there. Now he's making the second sector. All have to count now because he is chasing Fonzie Mullins. Will he get him? We don't know, but he's got this right-hander to negotiate. Let's have a look at the clocks as he goes to the line, and it's a 46.9. 46.9 there for Daryl Hutton. His best run of the day.
46.9, so he's picked up nearly a full second of his previous best, which was a 47.7, so 0.8 of a second there for Hutto, so he'd be pretty happy with the gains he's made there. He's going in the right direction. He's chasing Fonzie down. Still got a little bit to go, but...
Well, it's interesting to see as he brings the Victorian American Imports entry back in, that his last 3 runs, he has broken it down by a second every time. So you can't ask for more than that. As the Chaos entry now of Scott Krause comes into attention, and a look at it launch as he gets it going there. Chaos entry number 37. He is flying right now. That blue entry doing a stellar job as we watch him now come around the back chute of the track, and he'll be coming around now to take the first sector time. Let's have a look as he goes across a 22.696. Not bad there for Chaos.
He's a little bit up on his last split. His last split was a 22.89. So he's going in the right direction there, Scotty. So he's he's been a lot quicker in his back half of the track with these twin turbo boats. They can sort of let them grow their legs. So we'll see what he comes through here with now. Scotty Krause with a 47.45. It's his best. 47.45, which brings it in as his best time to date. Previous was a 47.77, so he's picked up nearly half a second there, which I'm sure he'd be pretty happy with. And a lot of that game was in that front half of the track, so the boys know they're definitely stepping it up after the lunch break.
Certainly has. The former Australian champion showing he hasn't lost a beat there in the Century Batteries Chaos entry, and also support there from Castro and Moses and Sons as well on that blue boat going back. Who do we have now coming up, Mitch?
Tyler Finch out here now, so Tyler, a little bit of a hesitation there. He's coming up, turning into that corner. It can get a little bit tricky. You've got to remember to turn after the witches hat, not before it. So Tyler running a twin turbo package here, twin turbo small block Chev. But running this new Sprint Tech hull, and last meet at Samora we had the king of Sprint Tech, Peter Cowie over here, just helping with a few setup of these couple of new Sprint Techs that are floating around here. So Tyler's come through there with a 21.8, so that's a quicker first split than Daryl Hutton, and it's not far off the first split of Fonzie Mullins. So, but did we just have a flame out just prior to it? Yep. Just
as he crossed the line.
Just had a flame out as he's crossed the line. So I'm not sure what happened there, but he's come through with a 46.54. So there's only that first half of the track. There was only 0.3 of a second between Fonzie Mullen and Tyler Finch, so hopefully they haven't done any damage to this thing. Hopefully it's just something simple. And
once again, a good time to to talk about our fantastic officials and volunteers out there around the track who attend to these boats and get them off as quickly as they possibly can, because we keep the show moving, and these boys and girls certainly have done a stellar job all day to remove the boats that are stricken on the track. And it looks like we'll be sending out the recovery vehicle now to give it a tow back. So just for a short amount of time, we're going to go off the air, take a break and set some paperwork, and we'll be back with more information as it comes to hand. Coming at you live and loud here today from the Spitwater Arena.
Before we do that, I might just take the time to thank our sponsors through the jet sprinting world in Australia. So Penrite Oils, they been with us for the last couple of years and making things happen. We've got 321 Ignition. So if anyone's ever watched the TV show that we see on 7 Mate and previously on Foxtel, thanks to Sean from 321 Ignition. We've got Pure Art Images, which is Russ, one of the guys that all the ways out there braving it all good in all forms of weather. So, you know, huge thanks to those guys. You know, thank you to the guys down here at Keith, over there at the JCB bar, and we've got Spitwater Arena. So Spitwater and JCB, they coming on board and you know, making sure this track is pristine and presented how it is today. The local guys here, Matt Malthouse and the team that make sure this happens, because without them we don't see this track, this amazing track that we race at, look as good as it does now. So huge thank you to those guys, and also thank you to the support crew that are out there, the safety crew. You know, this cold breeze, I can't imagine it'd be real nice going in and out of the water there, and the cold breeze ripping through. So we'll just take a short break whilst they recover Tyler Finch's boat, and hopefully before long we can see this thing back on the water and really sticking it to it. Like, very fast in the first half of the track there. It's probably a little bit still left on the table, so it'd be nice to see these guys get back out and just see where they can get to. Justin's still on time there for putting himself into P2 in the Group A category. Ooh, very lucky there. Justin come through there and he just snagged the inside of that island, which we saw earlier. Probably not the fastest way to go around, because we saw Matt Malthouse do it, and it sent him on a dance. So Justin comes through there with a 50.53. Was his time 50.53.
And the 50.53 is his best run of the day, taking half a second from his previous 51.1. So Justin will take the outlaw entry. That's the Spitwater Royal Lance tractor replacements back to the pits there. Good effort there. JCB as well supporting that entry, and a whole host of sponsors. Good to see on the Black Attack. As looks like just waiting to see who will come out next. Not 100% sure. Okay, just getting word through from our officials. That officially concludes the 4th round of qualifying. And it'll be before too long we'll move into the 5th round, which won't be too far away. Still plenty of action still to come at you live and loud today. If you are watching across social media, put up a post, as we said earlier, and invite friends, family, neighbours, work colleagues, etc. in to join the action, because I'm sure they'd love to watch some V8 Superboat action, proudly brought to you by Penrite. If you are here at the track today, plenty of food and drink available. You can make yourself around. Great to see the Apex Club of Keith here this weekend, and I'm sure they're cooking up a storm over there. So if you are hungry, make sure you go over there. And with the Apex Club being here, of course, all monies raised goes back into the community. So great place to go over and get yourself something to eat or drink. And to the people here on the hill today, looks like a good number of people, which is great to see. The town and the surrounding areas have come out to watch this, and why wouldn't you? Because the action has been superb all day long.
As we see the junior boat back down into the ramp with Kobe Burke at the wheel. So you might notice this thing runs, if anyone did go down and have a look through the pits there before, this thing runs a little Sea-Doo engine. So with these Sea-Doo packages, you can run a different key for a different power for the boat. So Kobe's been running this boat for a couple of years now, and he's running on the experience key, whereas Harry it's his first time in the boat this weekend. So Harry's running on the learner key. So you will notice like there is a difference in the times there, because that plays a big part on it. But anyway, here we see Kobe running up there. This will be Kobe's last season in a junior boat. He's getting too old and too tall to fit in that thing. If you have a look at him, if you did meet him during the pit walk, 15 years old, and he's about 6'3". So his mother tells me he eats like a horse. So it'll be an expensive to have around in the household, I reckon. Kobe's come through there with a 33.36, so it is a little bit down on his previous best. His last split coming through there was a 33.26, so he's a tenth down on his quickest split. Comes through there with a 51.37, so a little bit slower than his previous best, which was a 50.96. So I'm sure Kobe will go back and have a little bit of a think about his lap and see if there's any changes they can make. Not sure on what changes they're able to make on that thing, but he'll go back and reevaluate, and we'll see him back out for It'll be, this is qual 5, so it'll be elimination number 1.
Just while we're got the young junior pilot there in Kobe going back to pits, just a big shout out to the Smith family, of course, Connor Smith and all the family from New South Wales, of course, ran that boat last year, was a part of the team, and certainly very, very proud and highly recommend this to everyone. Although Connor this weekend, I believe, is concentrating on his junior speedway racing, but nevertheless, let's go back now because we're about to rip shift, and that's exactly what we're doing out on the track.
Bastian Mullen out on track at the moment, the quicker of the Mullen boys so far. Bastian's a current Australian champion in the LS class, been proving himself since he first hopped in the boat. Him and brother Nate have been battling at it, always one of them on the podium. Bastian's previous best being a 47.95 with a split of 22.8, so he's just gone through there 22.88, so a little bit down in the split, and but he's gone quicker in the back half of the track with a 47.89, so Bastian picking up nearly a tenth there, so half a tenth. So he'd be pretty happy with that run home in the back half of the track. He'd probably look at that split and realise he's got a little bit of room to move there, but nonetheless, still a very quick lap for the LS class.
Certainly, I suppose he would be very, very happy with that time, of course, lowering it. And that's what it's all about as the day's gone on. Lowering the time is very important as the sign perfection entry rip shift goes back.
Kyle Elphingston next boat to the face of starter. And so far, Kyle's quickest time has been a 49.43. 49.43. So Kyle's really pushing this season. He's trying to get a little bit of engineering work out of this jet unit, really get on top of it. His racing lines, he's sharpening them right up as he comes back around through here for the split. We will see a split of a 23.82, so he's a little bit down on his previous best, which was a 23.58. So Kyle will be kicking himself a little bit there and trying to have a look. Maybe they've made a change and it's just not as quick in the first sector, but he might bring this home a little bit stronger and make up for that as he comes through for the last cross there. So he rolls through there with a 49.70. So he has gone a little bit quicker than that previously in the last round of qualifying 4 with a 49.43. So back to the drawing board for Kyle, and just got to look for that little bit more time to try and close that gap of nearly 2.
Okay, so coming up next in the No Limits Racing entry, this is the Moist As. Matty Herb coming up now. Off we go as he launches now. Let's see what Matt can do. Matt Harrop out there as the Kiwi now starts to put the power down to the floor.
I don't know whether any of you can see, Matt's brought a media crew over from New Zealand with him, and he's actually got a guy that's flying a drone following that boat. If you see, about 10 or 15 metres behind. So, that is a wicked, it's going to be some wicked footage of that drone footage following Matt there. Matt's just come through with a 24.82, so he's around about 2 seconds off Bastian's best split. But nonetheless, the boys are still getting their head around this package over here in Australia. It's, they don't get to work on it day and night as he crosses the finish line there with a 52.07. So the boys have still got a little bit to do there, looking at just over 2 seconds to pick up. But I'm sure they'll go back and they'll fill around with this jet unit and just see what else they can get out of that there. But they're just still getting their head around the new engine combo. They haven't raced this package before this weekend. Boys previously running a Group A package, so they are doing quite well so far. They raced the blackout boat at I think it was the disturbed boat at Temora last meeting because their boat wasn't cleared through customs. So they're just going to go out there and they're just going to keep chipping away. They're getting quicker. As we see Matt Malthouse now, local guy Matt Malthouse. He's the reason we're racing here this weekend, guys. He's headed up the committee here to make sure the place looks as good as it does. He couldn't do it without his long list of helpers, no doubt. The small country spirit, they're all getting in together and making this happen. As we see Matt come down here through the split time there, he's running a split of 23.63, 23.63. So Matt's previous was a 23.888, so we are seeing a gain there from Matt in the first half of the track. He's going to keep this one wound up and just see whether he can bring it home strong. He brought it home very strong there early on in the day, and he put a show on for everyone, and the boys managed to get the boat back together with such a big feat. So crossing the finish line there with a 49.42, but we've had a flame out after the finish line, and they're parked over there on we've seen a couple of boats end up there today, but Matt's come through there with a 49.42.
And that would be his best time as well. That's encouraging for Matt to put his best time across the board. Sadly, though, for the second time today, this boat has run aground. And, of course, the first time it was a big spectacular up and over. Of course, our friends watching on the live scene. But thankfully, everyone was okay because it was a huge crash earlier as the recovery vehicle comes out now, and once again the recovery team doing a stellar job out there to get that boat back into the water, and I'm sure it'll be a very efficient process in getting that boat recovered and back to the pits. And as Mitch said, there was a bit of a flame out there, so let's hope there's no damage to the power plant. And with Matt's racing this weekend, he's got a huge amount of sponsors supporting him, so we must thank Matson Motors, Heinz Bobcat and Hire, Alan and Michelle Cotton, Frank Thatcher, McMurray Contracting, Collins Contracting and Earth Moving, and Simpson Farms, all supporting the Malt House entry, the Nuts number 69. And they do an incredible job in bringing this venue together. And as Mitch said, with all of their helpers around the venue, they don't do it alone. And it's a merry bunch of workers who all chip in and do a great job at this beautifully presented Spitwater Arena. Okay, so the boat is back and under its own power. It'll slowly but surely make its way back to the pit area. And as we look across, we've still got a few heavy hitters sitting down there. We've got the Steady Eddie, the Solid Gold, just a couple of them. The Spartan also sits waiting patiently. They're 3 bullets we need to load and fire from the chamber. They'll be looking to put their best foot forward. There is no doubt about that as times continue to tumble here. And of course, this is the Australian Championships for V8 Superboats, proudly brought to you by Penrites.
Rightio, next up we should have Adam Sulk in the Steady Eddie machine. So this is A and B driven. Adam and Jody running it around here. So that was their first meeting at Temora, and they held their own. Very very well. So I didn't get to catch up with them in the lunch break to see what sort of a motorsport background they've got. But these guys have been creeping up and chomping on their times as the day's gone by. I think
Adam's been consistently in the 56s with his last 3 runs here, so let's see if he can do any better this time around. He's a 56.6, 53 flat, and a 53.6 again. So let's see if he can break into the 59 bracket. That would be awesome for Adam and the Steady Eddie team.
split time there was a 26.93, 26.93. So far, Adam's been around the 27s, so mid-27s, so he's stepping up the assault this time round. We should see him duck into the 55s if all goes well here. See him into a 55.94, 55.94, so big gain for Adam there this time out. Jody last time out went a 56 flat, 56.06, so with a 55.94, he's got the bragging rights yet, but Jody's still yet to come. So there'll be a bit of bragging going on for about 15 or 10 or so minutes until Jody comes back in. And
yes, yeah, absolutely. 55.9, so he's pulled a good 1/10, and that 1/10 just got him into the 55 bracket there for the Millard Service Centre Steady Eddie, with support from Power Air and a whole host of sponsors on that beautifully presented, well-wrapped machine. I do love the Ned Kelly on the side. If the 321 Ignition Media people could pick that up, I'm not sure, but we turn our attention now to solid gold. And we are off and running. This is Lance Edmonds. Let's see what he can do now. His best time today is a 54.9. And he will be looking to break that.
His last time out, that 54.9, he crossed the split for a 26.33. So see where he's at when he comes through here now. 26.33 is where we're at. 26.28. So he's up on his split for the first half of the track. So if he can keep that momentum going and keep the lap nice and clean, we should see him plummet that little bit more on that 54.9. We'll see him down into the low 54s. So far, so good. It's been a nice clean run, but only 2 more turns to navigate his way home. So will we see a low 54 here? Lance Edmonds, 54.934. So he's actually gone that little bit slower in the... where are we? Yeah, 54.907 was his previous best. He's gone a 54.93. So gone that little bit slower in the back half of the track, but anyway.
Just a 300th of a second, that's all that was there, Vince. Not a hell of a lot. We are talking about splitting hairs now. There's not a lot in it, is there?
The beauty of this sport, mates, we're out there, we're racing ourselves, we're racing the clock. Yes, we are racing other people, but they're not on track at time. So very similar to golf. It's all about how you present yourself and what's going on in your mind as to whether you can put it all together or not. You can't really blame anybody else. And if there's oil on the track, it doesn't really matter.
This is the fastest game of golf I ever seen, mate. Tell you what, don't worry about mini golf. We've got V8 Superboat action. And we're going to watch now because Luke Waters aboard the Spartan. He is out there, the black attack. You can see they are charging hard. They're pushing the limit as they're looking for hundredths. They're looking for thousandths of a second. They'll take whatever they can. And they're going to come around now to peel off the first sector. All eyes go to the clock for Luke Waters. And Luke comes across a 25.829.
So he's down a little bit on his best split. So he's 25.6 as he was running there earlier. So he'll want to be working on that as we go into the top 12. He's qualified, he's put himself into the top 12, but now these guys we want to step up the game because they all want to come out next round. Next round we go to elimination, so we're looking at trying to get yourself into the top 6 as he crosses the line there with a 54.34. 54.34, so... For the Spartan, so that's he's been a 54.10, his best so far. So he'll be pretty keen to progress on that when he comes back out. The boys might just be making the changes, and still new to the sport, so they're making changes and hoping they're going the right way.
Well, they're only 0.2 of a second out. That's not a whole lot, and I mean, yes, it is on the negative side of where they want to be, but we'll see if they can pull that back, and I'm sure they'll be looking to do so as they end their 5th qualifying run of the day. Who do we have coming out in borrowed time?
Mike Hessel out there in borrowed time. Mike's been progressing this year, getting slower, faster and faster, and getting his head around it. He's stepped up. Still relatively new to the racing scene, but he's definitely getting the boat going the right way. So best time so far we've seen from Mike is a 55.24 as he comes through his split there with a 26.52. So 26.52 is his best split so far, I believe. No, slightly down, sorry. 26.28 is his best so far, slightly down on his best split, but with a 55.24, he's just coming out of the timing there now. Borrowed time 55.78, so he's gone. He's about half a second slower than where he was earlier in the day, so he'll be pretty keen to go and have a muck around there with that jet unit. Just make a few changes, just see whether they can progress on where they're at. They may have made a change after the last one, and it might have sent him backwards. He might have bogged a corner there that we didn't pick up here in the commentary tower. That's just lost that little bit of time that he wanted. Who was in?
Twist. Okay, Twisted. I think Jade Atchison coming up next. We'll wait for confirmation.
Yep, the A driver, which is Jade Atchison, she's coming up now. There was talk earlier of Darren Pollard out of Disturb hopping in the Twisted boat, but I was just double checking to make sure they hadn't changed their mind. So Jade's out there sporting one for the girls in the sport. There's her and Jodie out there showing that not just a man's sport. There's women out there that want to get involved and enjoy it as well. So
fair to say she is the Twisted sister as she comes around now to put a split of a 24.65 for Jade in the Twisted entry, thanks to Central Coast High Note, one of the sponsors, along with Leader Machinery, New South Wales, Aitchison Trucks and KMC Performance.
So Jade was about 2/10 down on her quickest time to the split there, so let's see what she can do bringing it home. So far she's run a 51.95, but this time round, yeah, she has. She's come home fairly strong in the back half with a 51.86. 51.86, that's post Jade's best time for the day so far. So she'll be very happy with that. She's picked up just nearly a full 10th there, so every gain is a win in a racer's book. So she'll come back in pretty happy with that run. Best run of her day so far.
Absolutely, she is certainly the princess of power. There is no doubt about that, and she is showing how to put that foot to the floor with a good boat control too, as the 777 entry comes back. And it looks like we've got Rip Shift coming back again. This will be the B driver, Nate Mullen, this time at the wheel. The best time today is a 48.4, so let's see what Nate can do. Certainly has come out all guns blazing, there is no doubt about that, as he throws it through the right-hander. This first sector certainly looking reasonably good speed at the moment as he carries the momentum. He'll come around to stop the clock now with let's have a look, a 23.07.
So Nate's actually 3/10 up on his best split so far. So 23.07. So it should put him into the might even nearly sneak him into a 47, but it's going to be definitely a low 48. Maybe 48.0 we might see. He's running home fairly strong. We see him go through there with a 48.16, so that's his best so far today, and he'll be over the moon with that. Chasing in on brother Bastion, who's 47.89. So there's only
he's picked up almost a good 0.3 of a second there. I think he's going to be very proud with that effort.
2.5 tenths in it between him and Bastion, so they'll be very, very happy with how the boat's progressing there. Bastion's got him in the first half of the track, but the second half of the track is neck on neck there. With only a couple of hundredths in it, so as we see John Very, one of the New Zealand teams coming out there this weekend. Yeah, John stepped it up last time out, was his best so far with a 53.788. 53.788 was his best so far as he comes down through here. If he's looking for a 26.2 or better, 25.4. So his best prior to this split was a 26.2, and he just come through with a 25.4. So he's really gaining in on that whoop, and as he's just gone and had a real big overcorrect coming into that corner there. So as he brings it home in, boat's still not settled. He's still very close to the bank there. He's very flighty in that. So that brings him through as a 53.44. 53.44. So it is his best so far, but the back half of that lap was very untidy. It was oversteering that, and so John stepped out of a stinger hull in New Zealand, and
yeah, and while he's just looking at the times there, you'll find that he got a good 0.3 picked up that there, so that's fantastic to see for the B driver in the 2:19 entry. That is John Very. And now we turn our attention to the B driver in the Nude Nuts, and this is Mitch Malthouse coming up. Second generation racer, he shares this boat with his dad. They're the hometown team from Keith, South Australia, and he kicks it sideways. He is on the aggressive side of ragged right now, and you can see that with the way he's throwing this boat around. But that tells me he's got extreme confidence in what this boat can do, because he is driving it hard as he throws it in, and he will be looking to come around and see what we can do for a best sector time as he comes through now. Let's have a look as he breaks the tape with a 33.975 from Mitch Malthouse.
obviously that readdress is the wrong way. It's cost him a little bit of time. His best split so far has been a 25 flat. Sorry, has been a 23.7, but he got lost in the back half of the track with another 23.7. So he's split and his time will be down on this one. It won't be where he was hoping with a 60 1 minute flat, really 60.062. So I was just trying to get out before I had that coughing fit, mate. John Very jumps out of a stinger boat in New Zealand and into this older style sprint tech that he's in of Kyle's Elphingston's this weekend. But when he was coming into the return route there, you can see he was saying you could see in his body language that the boat was very floaty and he was sort of throwing it around steering wise. So, I think he's just can't get his head around the steering capabilities of it. So he's struggling there a bit. It's obviously a lot more different to what he's used to with his package. So, if he can get his head around that, I guarantee he's going to be fast. He's just got to get the confidence in it. As we see Jody Cottam address the starter here now. So Jodie's best time previously was 56.062, which was, I believe that was not the last time out, that was qualifier number 3.
No, that was.
No, so it was the last time out, 56.062.
So a 26.7 for Jodie there as she peels off the first sector.
So she is quicker in the sector, first sector is what she was last time she was out. So
from Millard Service Centre, she is chasing a sub 56, so she's wanting to break into the 55 bracket. We'll see if she can do it this time round. She's certainly giving it everything she can.
I feel we should see Steady Eddie, so she's gone a 55.84. 55.84, so she's put a 10th back on A driver Adam.
And also lowered her best time for the day. Great driving there in that 5th round of qualifying there with a 55.842 for Jodie Cotter, doing a great job in the Millard Service Centre supported Steady Eddie entry as that comes back to the pits. And I'm sure there'll be smiles in the cockpit there once they realise that they've lowered their best time of the day.
That rounds up our last qualifying run for LS. So the timers will be up here, getting it sorted now, getting it ready. So I think there's 13 boats in LS, so someone's got to miss out. And unfortunately, that's just how it is. So
while they're doing that now, our junior competitor is coming back. This looks like it is the little psycho entry of Kobe Burke. Oh, Harry J. Okay, he is the B competitor. They are sharing the boat, and Harry's out there now. Let's see what Harry can do, because his best time so far today, Harry J, is a 64. He's come down progressively with every run, and we'll be watching with great interest with the clock to see if he can lower his 64. Oh, he's got it up and over on to the terra firma. That's going to take some costly time away from him, but he nevertheless, he is trying to put that foot to the floor. We'll see what he can do.
I'll tell you what, it's not an easy thing to grab a bank like that, come over and still keep your composure and keep going. You see a lot of guys out there, they lose where they're at on the track, just park it up and away they go. But Harry's just kept soldiering on here as he comes down through the last right-hander here now. He'll bring it through for a 68. They're not his best time for the day, but that's understandable considering he did take a detour over the island and he's gone and parked it on another one. So he switched the brain off over the finish line.
Well, he thought it was so close.
And he's parked it there now, so...
Okay, so
switch it off there if you can hear me, Harry. Just good boy, mate. Done.
Okay, so he shuts down the Sea-Doo power plant as our rescue recovery team come out. You can see them trudging through the water there, and if you were wondering just how deep this particular track is, you can see it's pretty much at waist deep there as they come across. And now they'll push this boat back into the water. And before too long, I'm sure that young Harry will get the back to the pits without too much muss or fuss. And wherever you may be around the track, we certainly hope you're enjoying the Penrite presented V8 Superboats Australian Championship. If you're sitting at home watching this on Facebook, an excellent opportunity. Get yourself to the kitchen, grab yourself a nice ice cold drink and something to eat, and then come back to your chair. You won't miss a minute of the action, and you'll be glad that you are tuned in live and loud. And we must thank 321 Ignition Media for all of their fantastic streaming services today. Okay, we'll be back on the flip side as more comes to hand here from the Spitwater Arena at the Keith in South Australia.
You can hear the rumble in the back end here. We've got the Group A boats starting up. Just trying to get warm, but looks like Harry might have just snagged the inside of the bank. He's cut the corner a little bit tight on the return home. At least he done it after the finish line, so all this time doesn't count for him. But Group A boats are starting up, warming up. So this season the Group A guys have opted to go to a methanol fuel. So a few of these guys like to start up a little bit early and try and get some boat temp back in. The methanol is a little bit harder to get the engine temp up to where you need it to be, especially when you're running fresh water through on a constant like we do here. And this water here is very clean, but it's also very saline. So we do find a lot of guys here have to change their setup. There's a difference between here and other tracks because the water stays very clean, doesn't get muddy and dense like we see at a few of the other tracks. So, but also saline water is quite buoyant, so the boats sit up a little bit. So you will find a lot of people make changes to try and get the boat to sit down in the water a little bit so it handles a bit more. There's ways and means of doing that. Can't give too many tricks away too early. As we see Brendan Doyle, usually he's with the girlfriend, but this weekend he's with the mistress because the girlfriend boat had an engine drama earlier on, so he jumped in his brother's boat, which is called the Mistress. So Brendan's just going out, and this is his previous boat, and he stepped up to the new pulse hull. So having to talk to him in the lunch break, he said he's just going to find it hard going backwards with the steering. The new boat seems to bite in and handle a lot better. So he has qualified himself with a clean run last time, so he now will be trying to grow on that. So last time out in this boat, Brendan went a 58.416 with a 28.17 split time. So he's gone at 25 this time, so he's 3 seconds up on his split. So he's happy with getting his head around how the boat handles and going back to how it was. So now going through there with a 51.54. So he's made a big gain of 7 seconds. But mind you, last time out in this boat, he just went out there to put a number on the board and get himself familiar. Lost a bit of time there. Would have been in the 5-0s. Lost a bit of time there with a few little overcorrects, but stepping back into this boat, he's not doing too well, as we now see Jody Ely in the Rampage machine. Jody loving this new package, new pulse hull and the new JRE engine. Jody's, he showed fast pace at Samora before having a bit of a moment, and he wasn't happy with the outcome. So he's got it all fixed up, and now he's going out to get some runs on the board here and try and make some points. So last time out, Jody's run was a 51.664, which I believe was slightly slower. So 51.4 is his best, with a 24.6 the best split time. So he's a 24.2 now. So he's 4 tenths up on his split time. Can he carry that through and bring himself into the 50s? They need to find that speed and try and get back down into the 49s, where we've seen Ollie Silverton run in earlier. But last corner here. So that puts him to the top of the table there with a 50.74. So Jody picking up nearly a full second on where he was last run out, which wasn't his quickest time. Last one out was a 51.66. He's gone out there with a 50.74. So he'll be happy with how he's come home and on that one, and be pretty happy with the game that he's made. But guaranteed, he'll be going back to the drawing board there and trying to rein in some time on the guy that we're just seeing face the starter now, Ollie Silverton. Kiwi racer, New Zealand current number 1, world current number 1, wants to Australian number one. Made the podium last meeting at Samora. So, and he did be honest and said to us that he was struggling a little bit. But it seems that they've found that struggle and got it sorted. So, 23.19. 23.19. So, he's 4/10 of a second up on his fastest split so far. So, he's not out here to play Mr. Nice Guy now. He wants to get some numbers on the board. And he's doing a great job so far. What can we see when he crosses the finish line here? We will see a 48.794. 48.794. So that is by far the best time we've seen in Group A today.
Certainly well done there to the reigning New Zealand champion. Certainly getting the job done there, Ollie Silverton. He was out there smashing it. He's also the world Group A champion too. So plenty of runs on the board there. And he's got some good support this weekend from PSP Sun Turf, Hines, PSP Cleaver, GJ Gardner Homes, and a whole host of other supporters as we wait for our next boat to come in. And this is Justin Royance in the Outlaw. This big water boat which had a few issues earlier. It looks like they've got it sorted out now because Justin is wringing the throat of that particular entry as he makes his way around. This whole new boat combination package certainly going strong now. Looks like they got it sorted. That's a beautiful turn, and we'll see with great interest what his split will be as he comes to the line. Justin Royance with a 23.905.
Aside from Ollie Silverton's run, Justin's got the quickest split so far amongst the Aussies out there with Jody Ely's split of a 24.27. So Justin put nearly 4/10 on Jody Ely's split. Let's see if he can bring it home strong in the back end of the track. Seen a few dramas from people. Justin shaving very close on there, and it brings him in with a 49.85. So he's the first of the Aussies to break the 50 barrier. So he'll be pretty pumped with that because he's still developing this hull, so still getting the confidence. He'll be looking at getting his throttle percentage right up there a little bit more. He's still got over a second to catch Ollie Silverton. So I don't know how much left Ollie's got in the tank, but Justin will be doing what he can to reel that in. Boat looking very nice on the water, so they'll be happy with the handling. He's not throwing the thing around too much. So far, I reckon they'd be pretty happy with how that thing's going.
Certainly fair to say that it has been a smooth effort as we now turn our attention to the quick time coming up now. And this is Noel Verning, the next bullet out the gun, as he gets himself going now. This is Noel Verning coming up for his 5th run as he launches Means the Business this time around. So the orange flyer is on exactly that now. He is flying as he makes his way through. Oh, a little left-right combination there. That looked a little untidy. We'll see if it costs him in the time as this first sector now quickly winding down as he comes through the middle. And he'll come around now to pick off this first sector. Let's have a look with a big tray out the back. 8:27.6, so he was just off his best time there, one would feel. But now he's got the second half of the course to make it up.
So he's a little bit down on his split, but he did grab a bit of bank there, and you heard the boat rev up, and he grabbed that bit of bank. So Noel will be kicking himself a little bit there, but as he brings it back in, the rest of the lap's been pretty tidy. He's getting very close to a couple of them little peninsulas out there. You can't see the peninsulas, but you can definitely feel them when you hit them. So quiet time crossing the beams there at a 56.89. 56.89. So just been informed that we won't see the junior boat back out there anymore today. And that last run there, Harry had some issues there with a broken throttle cable, and it's not a spare part that the guys carry because that's not something that they've had any dramas with previously. So unfortunately, that's the end of racing for the junior guys today. But they'll have that thing back together, and hopefully Cabarita, they'll be back out there. We might see a few newcomers. If anyone's watching that lives up that way, or wants to go up that way, get in contact with the junior Psycho team, Little Psycho junior boat. As we see Hugh Gilchrist out here now in the Matrix. So far Huey's best time is a 56.68. We saw that out in qualifying number 2. So Huey's still trying to get his head around this new package. Just wants to take it nice and steady. Reckons his days of panel beating are numbered. He's not a good panel beater, so he'd rather just keep the boat in one piece. So he comes through there with a split time of a 28.70. 28.70. So Huey been nice and steady so far. He's been a quicker split. He has been into the low 27s, so he has backed off a little bit. I don't know whether he's had a bit of a spook earlier on in racing, or whether he's just holding back. Maybe he's keeping his cards close to his chest, and he doesn't want to go showing too much as he crosses the beams there with a 58.89. 58.89. So he's actually gone a little bit slower than he did last round. But he'll be happy to know that he has qualified, as I believe we've only got 7 boats in Group A.
Also fair to say with Huey Gilchrist as well, he's got a brand new boat combination this week, and I'm sure he's still coming to terms with the Pulse race boat and JRE race engine combination. Of course, all these boats have little in particulars and characteristics that just differ a little from what you've last driven, and you got to get your head and your reactions around how they handle, and that's all about what research and development is in making these go forward.
Yeah, we've seen that with Brendan Doyle. He's gone out there. This is brother Simon out there now, so the owner of the boat. He's just going out there, but Brendan's first steer of the Mistress was just a different animal. So similar power, just handles slightly different. It just makes that, just puts that doubt in your mind when you're not 100% confident on how the boat handles. But Simon comes down through here now with a 27.93. So that's Simon's best split so far. He's about 2 seconds up on his split. So if he can carry that through to the back half of the track and keep the pace up, he'll be quite happy with how he finishes up. He comes down through here, takes the last left-hander there, through into the last right-hander. You can hear that he's grabbing a lot more throttle there, and it brings him in at a 58.89. 58.89. So that's his best so far. Oh, sorry, 58.57. The screen moved on me. 58.57, so definitely his best so far. So he's just put himself slightly above Huey Gilchrist. So these guys will be they are fighting to get into the top 6. These guys down the back end here. So
He picked up 3 seconds.
So he's picked up just over 3 seconds on that run. So he'll be happy with that.
Now we go to the unlimited. Is that right? They're unlimited.
Yeah. So that's the end of the Group A, guys. That's their last qualifier. So as we see, the Ramjet machine's still in the pits there. So I'd assume they're not coming out. They've qualified. He knows where he's sitting in the qualifications. So
Daryl Hutton is in the chamber now, and he's about to launch. Let's have a watch at the Phoenix Lubricants entry as he sets sail, and he'll be looking to beat a 46.96 is his best. And I'll tell you what, he is certainly giving it every possible opportunity as he slides and glides around that tight twisty corner there now. His first sector run we're going to watch with interest. A 22.544. That is a good first sector, and we'll see if he can capitalise on that now, because he is trying his best to beat a 36.966.
previous best split was a 22.57, so he comes home strong in the back end of the track, which we see Darryl Hutton come in with a 47.177, so he's actually gone a little bit slower than his best time out there by around 2:10. So he was about that 2:10 down on his first split, so he probably lost it in the front half of the track, and he's come home fairly strong. He might be holding his cards close to his chest. He might have a little bit more up his sleeve, so it'll be interesting to see. As we've got Hutto going back into the spin out pull into the ramp there, we've got Scott Krause coming out in the Chaos machine.
Krause coming out now in the Castrol sponsored Chaos entry, and we'll have a look what the ex-Australian champion can do. So far his best time today was a 47.4, and he is going to give it everything and a little bit more to see if he can go any quicker in this fifth and final qualifying round here in the Century Batteries Moses & Sons Castrol sponsored Chaos entry. Okay, let's have a look now as he comes around. This will set the time as he crosses the beam, a 22.972. I don't think that's his best, but we'll watch him carry on regardless, because he will be pushing every little bit of the way there, and he's certainly looking good in this backhand here so far. He hasn't got much to go, and he is firing like a rocket down that back chute. Now he's just got to come through the middle and into that sweeping right-hander. To the line, we'll see what he can do. Scotty Krause, a 47.826, 47.826, and that's just outside of his best, which was a 47.451.
So he's about 4/10 down on his first split. So back end of the track was fairly consistent with how he's been going, but that first split is where he lost that bit of time. So he'll go back to the drawing board there, because he knows he's got to make some gains there. We still haven't seen any of the others. We still haven't seen the Tyler Finch machine, so whether they had them dramas and they couldn't repair after that, after parking up on the hill there. We can't see Rob Coley coming to the ramp just yet, although now, as I say that, they've just pulled out of the pit tent, so we've got Blown Budget just starting up. We're still missing the ramjet machine, which I'd say not much action going on there. I'd say they're not coming out, and I'd say Loose Cannon might be still in the pits trying to sort out where they're at after that flame out they had over the finish line here in the last run. So
okay, it looks like firing up next will be the Blown Budget entry of the Spider, Glenn Roberts. Roberts now just pulling away from the trailer, so that means he's not too far away from entering the staging area, and he'll be looking to better his best time of a 50.84. That is his best time so far, which encouragingly was his last run. So let's hope that he can better that now as he stands on it, and out he comes. What a passionate racer this man is. He's been around the sport a very long time. One of the elder statesmen of the group, if you don't mind, as the Blown Budget now gets its neck absolutely run to pieces there, and we'll continue to watch the Steel Line Route DFS entry now as he comes across the line to pull the first sector. Let's have a look for Roberts, a 24.83, 24.837. And he is certainly not deterred, that is for sure. He's giving it everything he can, and he's looking the goods right now as he straight lines it through there. Comes back to the left-hander now. He's got to turn that in tight. Now shoots it down the back straight for a left-hander, through the middle into the right-hander and onto the finish line. Let's have a look. Glenn Roberts with a 52, so not his best. That is a 52.159, a 52.159 in that fifth and final round of qualifying for the Blown Budget entry. Okay, as we look across now, the The only boat close to coming out now will be the 111. We can see that down there in the area. Have you got some news for us?
Yeah, just been down and seen Tyler Finch standing down there from the loose cannon machine. So had a few drums. They had a bit of an oil leak out on track, and the oil's got in, and it's actually caught fire and melted some of the wiring. So he said, as he was coming through the back half of the track here, he noticed something wasn't right, and it had dropped a cylinder because that wiring had melted. That's why he parked it up over on the bank over the other side. So the guys are down there in casual clothes. They can't get it fixed this meeting, but which is a shame. He was really reeling in on that first half of the track. So I'll go back to the drawing board and make sure that doesn't happen again. But he said they'll be back out later on in the season, so they'll get that sorted. It'll be good to see, as we've got Rob Coley out on track right now. Coming through with a 22.28. So he's very well near his splits. The front half of the track, you can see his jet unit cover flopping around in the back there. That's won't be hindering him because he can't see it as he comes through over the finish line. Rob Coley with a 46.89. Very good. So that's his best so far. So with Tyler Finch out of the picture, Rob will be definitely in there trying to get his foot in the door to reel in on that quick time of Fonzie Mullen.
So the reigning Kiwi champion proving that Kiwis can fly as he comes back to the pits. The Poison Ivy of Rob Coley there getting the job done aboard the sprint tank with 46.891, and the 111 pilot will be very, very happy with that time because that's consistently his best time of the day, and well and truly. So they'll take that back to the pits, do the little adjustments they need to do, and I'm sure he'll be back out for those finals all ready to hit the ground running, and he'll have the bit between his teeth.
I'd say so, and I reckon by the looks of that little jet unit cover on there, the boys have forgotten to screw the nut back on top there, and it's just flung off. So they would have been probably doing some. They come out fairly late, so I'd say they would have been doing a little bit of work on that jet unit during the downtime, and yeah.
So are you saying it's back in the pits or it's somewhere out on the track?
Who would know? Anyway. So that rounds out qualifying altogether for all the boats today. So we're not going to see the little Psycho junior boat back out again today because they've broken a throttle cable, so they're out. For the LS, so unusual this weekend. We usually run a top 12. Which would mean one of the 13 boats, well, we had 14 boats initially. Darren pulled out with issues, so it brought us back to 13. We'd usually run a top 12, but because John Verry, who's the B driver in the Blackout Racing machine, he's running on a day licence. So we're still actually going to run, even though it's a top 12, it will be 13 boats. So pretty much everyone we've got out there today gets to go for another lap. So it would have been Adam Salk in the Steady Eddie A machine. He was out, but due to John Verry running on a day licence, he gets the lifeline. So we will see 13 boats back out for the top 12, which is funny to say, but yeah, that's just how it works out.
Well, for the race fans here today, that is an extra bonus boat. You get to see great value for money. The Baker's Dozen coming your way, and that's not too far away. The teams are working overtime back there in the pits, making sure all their boats are sorted and ready to go because all important finals coming up. It is one bite of the cherry, a race against the clock. And we will know at the end of that who will stand the proudest here today at the V8 Superboats Australian Championship Series, proudly brought to you by Penrite.
Penrite, Australian made, family owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear.
We see Bastian Mullen out here now. Current Australian number one for a reason. Coming out guns blazing early on in the day, and he's kept up that tempo. He comes down here through his to the 22.97, so it's not quite the fastest we've seen him in the first sector of the track, but you know, he's got quite the advantage that I don't think it really matters. He's had a little bit of an oops through there. Might have just snagged a little bit of a bank there coming around the top island, and it's just pushed him a little bit wide, but he's coming down through the back end of the track. He was about a tenth and a half down on his best split. Now we see him go through there and with a 48.05, so a little bit down. That 1.5 tenths that he lost there is what's carried through. So he's back half of the lap, still pretty well on par with where he's been. So 48.05, his best lap to date so far today is a 47.899. So if we call that a 47.90, so there's that 1.5 tenths. Quicker than that. So pretty sure we'll see Bastian back out later on, going off that time, because what these guys have got to compete for now. So there's 13 boats that do have to compete and try and get into the top 6. We need the fastest 6 boats will carry on to the next round of racing. And if John Berry is one of them, then it's going to be the fastest 7, because John Berry, who is the B driver for the boat we see out here now, John Berry is the B driver, and he's on a day licence. So here we got Kyle Elphingston out on track right now. So Kyle currently sitting 4th in proceedings. Best lap a 49.70 with a split of 23.82. So his split on this lap so far is a 23.74. 23.74. So he's about a tenth up on his, close to a tenth up on his best split. So will that carry through to the back end of the track? 49.799. So he's gone a little bit slower in the back half of the track with a 49.79. Best so far we've seen is a 49.70 from Kyle. So he'll be kicking himself a little bit there, but if he keeps at that, providing everybody else is still around the best times they've done so far, we should see Kyle progress into the top 6. Anything can happen.
Absolutely, he was just 9/100th out of his best time there. And Kyle will go back to the pits there. He'll be hoping to advance aboard the 219 entry. One of the many KMC performance-powered machines this weekend. As it looks like the No Limits Racing team coming your way next. Okay, here we go. Matthew Harrop coming out now in the moist as. Let's see what he can do as he puts it down now. He, of course, the A driver in this boat.
So Matty Harrop really cutting some fine lines here, so he wants to make these gains and get himself back in. So currently Matt's best split is a 24.31, and we see him go through there with a 24 flat. So now he's 3 tenths up on his best split. That should put him into a low 50, should be low 50s. Currently sitting 5th place, so going on how that's been so far, we should see him progress into the top 6 if he can finish this lap out, especially if he stays at 3 tenths up on his best time. He trips the time board there with a 50.425, so he has actually gone quicker in the back half of the track as well. His previous best was a 50.88. Now he's gone and topped that with a 50.25, so very well driven there.
A good 6 tenths quicker there for the No Limits Racing entry, and he'll take entry number 22 back. into the pit area. And I think coming up next will be one of the local races. This is the Malthouse entry now, entry number 69 coming our way. Let's have a look now as I think it's Matty, the A driver. He'll come out first. McMurray Contracting, Collins Contracting and Earth Moving, Simpson Farms, Frank Thatcher, Matson Motors, Heath Bobcat Hire, and a whole host of sponsors supporting the local boy out here now. And he'll be looking to do better than a 49.2. That is his best time so far. He's had a couple of indiscretions, this young pilot. He's had a few offs, but right now he's got his eye on the prize. And he'll come around. Let's see what we stop the clock with a 23.69, a 23.6. Oh, and he's buttoned out.
No, he's grabbed the bank.
Said no more.
No, he's gone a bit wide there and he's grabbed the bank, and I'd say the jet unit's grabbed a gut full of water in, so that's the end of the day for Matt Malthouse.
Oh, bad luck for Matty.
Unfortunately, if that had happened in qualifying, he would have snuck through and he would have been all right, but because he's done it this is the first round of elimination, so you know, it's very, very hard luck there, and you know, unless we see the rest of them fall over from here on in, and we have a Stephen Bradbury moment, I can't see that happening in Matt's favour, considering there's still another 7, 8 boats to come out yet. So, yeah. Anyway, that's unfortunately one of the bad stories of jet sprinting is if you get that little bit of weed come through the jet unit by grabbing a bank like that, we tend to have and he's lost, and he's still doing the lap, which is a smart thing to do, because like I said, if we do have everybody else falls over, he's not going to get a DNF. As the drone goes out to try and give him a push, I think. Maybe if the drone goes in front, he might follow the drone and make sure he gets track direction right.
Might be hoping for a bit of a tailwind maybe from the drone there as he slowly but surely makes his way around.
He's given up now and he's bringing it home. Hands together for the local legend Matt Malthouse, who unfortunately we will not see back out here today. Hard luck with it. Grabbing that little bit of bank, just pushing that little bit too hard, coming out of the corner there. Grab the bank on the outside, and it pulls that weed through the jet unit, a little bit of grass through the jet unit, and unfortunately just creates a cavitation, and that puts him back on the trailer. Maybe go and have a cold one, but we will still see the boat come back out with Mitch Malthouse. So that's not the last of the Malthouse name and the Malthouse boat with the Nude Nuts team. So we will still see them guys come back out in a short period of time. I don't know how he has to play or anything. I think it's real close to Adam Salk's out on track now, so Adam's been given a lifeline. If John Berry was running on a full licence this weekend instead of a day licence, Adam would have been on the trailer and not running again, but partner in crime, Jodie, who's been driving the boat, she made it through, so Adam will be trying to get this thing in for bragging rights and try and get the quicker time. So far, a 27 flat for Adam, and he's a little bit down on, he's about a 10th down on his quickest first sector, so he's going to have to try and make up a little bit of time there. And unfortunately,
engine out as well.
No, we've just seen the boat go wide and grab the bank yet again. So exactly what's happened to Matt Malthouse, but in a lot bigger way there. The boat's gone wide and grabbed that bank again, pulling the weed and the grass through and a bit of mud through. It binds up on the jet unit on the props and just creates that cavitation. It just does not push the water through. So unfortunately for Adam, he got a bit further than Matt Malthouse, but that's still a DNF if he, well, how far has he got to go? He's only got to bring it down here, so he will get a time recorded. He was on the way home. So if he just brings that home and goes under the finish line now, he will get a time recorded. So he will bank some points, and he'll get one position further in front than Matt Malthouse. But if he comes straight back down here and goes back into the return chute, unfortunately, that gives him a DNF. So it's not great for the spectators to watch him just poke along and do this, but for your sake, Adam, I'd take a right-hand turn here and just try and sneak under that line. But for the spectators' sake, turn left. Which way are you going to go? Who's pointing you what way? He's going left, righto.
Oh, he's still a little undecided, but now I think, yeah, left has prevailed. And he will go back to the pits there. Bad luck for Adam Sulks. And the Steady Eddie entry is no more for this particular round, and that puts him out of competition. But I do believe we will see the Steady Eddie back later, because that also is being entered today. And
so far, well, actually, closing out, Jodie's got the bragging rights, because her quickest time today has been a 55. What are we here?
Yeah, 55.842 for Jodie. So she's got the quickest time. If we now turn our attention to the next boat out on the track, and I reckon that would be the solid gold entry here now. So let's see what he can do when he comes out on the track. This is a Lance Edmonds, and he's been pretty consistent today. And he'll be looking to continue that through this round of competition. His best time so far was a 55.90, and he'll be looking to better that. And he got out just a little wide there, one field, as he split a 26.559. And coming home in the back end now, he flips and he flops, and look at it through there, a little unsettled, but he keeps the power into it. And for the final time, he'll take that left-hander as he goes down the back chute. And around past the crowd for the final time, splits back through the middle in for the right-hander to the line. We'll get a time of a 55.502. 55.502. Not his best time, but still keeps him in the hunt for the time being.
Best time so far today was a 54.907, so he's 6/10 off his best time. So whether he just overdrove it a little bit or something there, but anyway, it's over and done with now. So Lance coming into this, Lance's best time was a 54.907, as we just stated. So now we've got Mike. No, we don't. We've got Luke Waters. Best time to date was a 54.101.
So we'll continue to watch Luke Waters aboard the Spartan. That is the black attack we see out there now. His split coming right up. And it is a 25.481, a 25.481 for Luke. And he is going great guns out there now as he puts the power down. Threads the eye of the needle, back, left, right combination. And now he is on the home run as he goes to left-hander. The back shoot for the final time. It is long and sweeping. Cuts back through the middle. Looks into the right-hander. The finish line is before him. And Luke Edwards with a 54.478. A 54.578 for the Spartan. Not his best time, but still, he's in the hunt.
He's in the hunt, but I don't think he's put enough on the table there to continue on. So that's his 54.101 was his best time to date, and that had him sitting in ninth. So, well, you know, with Matt Malthouse out, that moves him up to 8.
as we look
with a few guys.
looking from round 2 forward, I'll tell you now, that's actually his worst time of the day. He's been consistent in the 54s, but the 54, 5, 7, 8 was the worst from round 2 going forward.
They borrowed time out on track now, so Mike Hessel's best time to date is a 55.24, 55.24. He split through, that was a 26.1, so, you know, he splits up there with Matt Harrop, so he's definitely into the 5 zeros. How far into the 5 zeros, I do not know. Sorry, no. 5 fours, not 5 zeros, 5 fours. And we see him come through there, Mike Hessel with a 55.19, 55.19, so just shy of getting into that 54 that I was thinking, but that is his best.
No. Yes, it is.
It still is his best time. So his best time prior to that was a 55.24, and he's just come through with a 55.19. So he's putting it on the trailer with his best lap. So he's got to be happy with that one.
That's got to be a bitter, sweet pill to swallow, that is for sure. As we now turn our attention to the twisted entry coming back out. This boat has been consistent all day with Jade Aitchison at the wheel. Let's have a look what she can do. Her best time is a 51.86, and she is on a flyer right now.
So we see with the elimination rounds, we've got to go to the best 6 boats out there now. So as it sits right now, Lance Edmonds is actually on the bubble. So Jade goes a quicker time than Lance Edmonds, and we'll push Lance Edmonds out. So Lance Edmonds will be having fingers and toes crossed.
Well, as I look across the list here, Jade is certainly capable. She has beaten that time in her last 4 runs. She's only got to be consistent and do it again. Let's have a look, because she's wringing the neck of the twisted entry. It's right up on the grass work.
Speaking of Lance Edmonds holding his fingers and toes crossed, he's just released them. But hard luck for Jade. Jade was sitting 7th. Coming into this, she qualified 7th, but with Matt Malthouse coming out early and having that jet unit clog up, that saw Jade actually moved up into 6th on paper. So, you know, she was on track for a top 6 finish there, but just taking that corner a little bit wide, and once you lose power through that jet unit, you lose your steering, you lose everything, and as soon as you go up that bank, you are a passenger, as Jade just found out. So it wasn't a very spectacular off, and they're very lucky there, but unfortunately that sees Jade back on the trailer. And racing finish for her for the day. So
bad luck for Jade there. She certainly found the slippery slopes of the back straight there in Keith, and right up there by the Spitwater side. And thankfully, well and truly in time before the fence, the big runoff area up there, keeping it relatively safe, as our rescue team do a great job out there now, bringing the boat back towards the H2O. And if they get it back in the water, we got our recovery vehicle out there, which I'm sure will tow her back in a very efficient manner, and we'll be back into the action as it continues. But the 777 entry of Jade Aitchison has Leader Machinery New South Wales, Aitchison Trucks, and KMC Performance also with the power plant there. Her best time today was a 51.868, and if she ran close to that, she was certainly going to keep herself very much into contention going forward. But that's all out the window now, and the only thing she can look forward to is getting back to the pits and licking those wounds. Okay, we'll be back on the flip side with more information as it comes to hand. Don't go anywhere, race fans. We don't want to chase you, and if you go, we know where you live. We'll be knocking on your door at 3 o'clock in the morning asking you why you left.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
So he's the first of the B teams to come out here now. Nate's been sitting up there. At the pointy end.
Certainly looking to put his best foot forward. His best time today is a 41.169, and let's see what he does at the first split. So the Rimship pilot there with a 24.095, a 24.095. Quite a respectable split there, and he's now looking to consolidate because that foot is planted to the floor as he slides through the left-hander there, now down the back chute, and he's just got to come back through the middle, negotiate a right-hander, which is a long sweeper to the finish line. Let's have a look. He goes to Dix with a 49.90. Not his best time of the day, but certainly a good enough time to keep him in contention.
Puts him into P3 as a current standings going into the top 6. So best time of the day is a 48.16, 48.16. So with the 49.9, he's still sitting in P3, but he's got the potential to put himself into P2 and if he gets out there and gets it happening.
It's certainly where you want to be, isn't it, in the sub at 50 seconds to keep yourself safe.
Whilst Nate's going back in there on the trailer, we've got John Berry coming out. Now, bear in mind, John's on a day licence today because he come over from New Zealand. So if John finishes in the top 6 as it sits, John actually turns the top 6 into a top 7. So currently we've got Baston Mullen sitting number 1, Kyle Elphingston number 2, Nate Mullen number 3, Matt Harrop number 4, Luke Waters number 5, Mike Hessel number 6, with John Berry on track now. John split at 25.5, so looking at that actually gets him into P6. If he keeps up the time he's running, that will put him into P6, which will then turn us into a top 7 for the next round. So John can keep his composure here for the rest of this lap. That was very close. He washed off a little bit of speed under there. That puts John into P5. Woo! 52 flat. He come home fairly strong in the back half of the track. So be pretty happy with how he ended up there. Reckon?
Well, I would say John's been holding a little in reserve with that because it's certainly almost 1.5 seconds better than anything else he's done. Although as I look up now from writing down the time, he's got it up on the bank. Let's hope there's no damage to the bottom of the boat there. And he certainly was pressing hard, was John Berry. And the Kiwi certainly bringing it home there and left nothing unturned. As looks like our Sea-Doo recovery vehicle will be getting ready to go out there very shortly as it sits waiting for direction from the race director. But once again, our recovery team doing a stellar job out there. They have been Johnny on the spot all day long. As soon as someone has come astray, they've been out there to remedy the situation and working really hard. Also, thanks to some of our other sponsors today, of course, Bendigo Bank, thank you for your support, and also to the Apex Club of Keith for cooking up the sausage sizzle today. And if you have yourself something to eat off the barbecue over there, there and something to eat and drink. All monies raised goes back into the local community thanks to the Apex Club of Keith. So thank you to them for their support.
So we see John's got that going. So one thing you got to keep in mind, folks, is not all these drivers are really smart and they haven't got a real long attention span. So John's obviously switched the brain off going over the finish line there. He's done what he had to do. He's thought about it for the 50 odd seconds that he had to be out there, less than 50 seconds, and got over the finish line there, switched it off and parked it on the bank. So at least he done it when he finished the lap, so that keeps him back out there. With John now sitting in P5 with a few boats to come yet. We've still got, what have we got out there now? 8, 9, 10, 11. There should be still 2 boats to come. Which
I think the Malthouse entry, the 69, the B pilot is coming up next.
Mitch Malthouse.
So that'll be Mitch, yes, that's correct.
To go out there. So Mitch is currently, his best time so far is a 51.18. So if he can go back out there, that puts him into P5. And so we can still see John Very get pushed out to P7 with Mitch Malthouse able to put a time on the board. We'll see him go back in around that P5, going off his best time so far. And then we've also got Jody Cottam in the steady Eddie machine to come. That'll round out our 13 boats in our top 12.
Well, so far Mitch's best time of the day has been a 51.8, and that occurred in round 2, so let's see if he can better that as he comes through. The first split, a 23.8, so that is a good signal so far. Loud and proud, very strong as he comes through the twist now.
So that 23.8 going up, if he can carry that speed through the rest of the lap, that actually gets him up around the P3 position. So he'll be fighting hard to bring this home nice and strong. If he can put that up in P3, he'd be stoked. We'll find out here in a second. So boom, straight into P2. Wow. Put your hands together for the local Mitch Malthouse. They've overcome some dramas today with this thing. And he's just gone from a best of a 51.18 to a 49.7. So absolute stellar drive there for Mitch, putting himself into P2. Yeah. Over the moon with that one, which puts John Very now on the bubble.
Let's hear you, Keith. Make some noise for your local hometown hero. Mitch Malthouse getting the job done there, moving into second position outright. Aboard the Collins Contracting entry. Take that one back to the pits, and I'll tell you, Dad will be looking on with a smile from ear to ear. As coming up next, it'll be a Jody Cottam. Cottam coming out now into the Steady Eddie, and I reckon this is the B driver, Cottam. Let's see what Jody can do. She's going pretty hard thanks to Village Service Centre, and her best time so far is a 55.842. So she's going to need to be on it, then some. Her sprint as she comes across the line, we'll have a look now. The Steady Eddie, a 26.83, a 26.83. So she's really got to get motoring now in this second stanza if she is going to trouble the scorers in the latter half of the day.
She needs to make up some time in that back half of the track. Currently it's got her sitting at P10 behind Lance Edmonds in solid gold. So Lance had a stellar drive, but early on it wasn't enough. So here's Jody coming through under the time trap here now. So yeah, P10 with a 55.97. So not her quickest time of the day. Her quickest was a 55.84, but nonetheless, even if she'd gone just slightly quicker than her quickest time, it still wouldn't have been enough. So hands together for Jody. That puts the Steady Eddie machine back on the trailer, and the guys will be up on the hill there.
Fair to say
having a drink.
Fair to say though, she did do a great job. She was punching well above her weight all day today, and she didn't give up. She was in there swinging from the get-go, and certainly did herself proud as she comes back to the pits. And I think it is the Mistress coming up next, but that's the green machine.
We should see the Mistress, but it should be Brendan Doyle of the Girlfriend team driving the Mistress, as he had some, the way he's left the start chute there, that's definitely Brendan Doyle. So Brendan had a few issues with his boat, hurt a rocker, or a lash cap, so they've decided to park it. They couldn't find the right parts to fix it. So Brendan thought he'll jump in his brother's boat, which is Brendan's old boat, and see what he can do to try and redeem himself with some points. So Brendan taking a split there of a 23.59. So definitely not the quickest we've seen in the Group A, but that's not far off the money with it. Ollie Silverton running a 23.19. So actually Brendan's split is quicker than we saw from Justin Roylian. So that puts Brendan out there with a 49.58. So Justin Roylian's run in the Outlaw boat last time out, the Spitwater boat, was a 49.85. So Brendan's just gone and thrown that out there now, just to let everyone know that, hey, I'm not in my boat, but I'm still here. So, awesome effort there from Brendan to jump in another boat and be able to go and peel that time off. Just goes to show that, it's back down to your mindset.
Okay, coming up next will be Jody Ellie coming up in the Rampage boat, and you can see now Jody launches, and away we go. Jody's best time today has been a 50.745, and we will need to do every bit of that plus more if is to move into the next round of competition. But certainly right now this Rampage is on full tilt, it is fair to say. And coming around now to peel off the first sector, a 24.265, so he's work to do.
100th of a second up on his best split, so going off that, he's just grabbed a little bit of bank there, which is going to cost him a bit of time. So hopefully he keeps his composure in the back half of the track, but this is still bringing him in around that 50.7, mid 50.7, so we'll see what he can do over the finish line here. Cutting that corner very fine, and we see a 50.94, so grabbing that little bit of bank has really affected Jody's run there, and he was very lucky to get away with that. We've seen today a couple of boats that haven't been so lucky getting away with it, so Jody will be pretty keen to get out there and try and reel in a little bit more, with Brendan Doyle getting out there in the Mistress and reeling that 49.58 out. Jody and Justin will be pretty keen to chip away and right on his heels there, and don't want to give too much away. As we see Ollie Silverton now come out to the start line. So Ollie's gone and peeled out the quickest time so far with a 48.79. 48.79 is Ollie's quickest time of the day. Jess sitting in beside him, all the way over from New Zealand. These guys have made the decision to come over and try and take on Australia. Ollie's split time with a 23.68. So he's down on his split. Not quite as quick as what he has been. Whether he's just holding back and leaving a little bit in the tank for later on, I do not know. He might have cooked a corner there a little bit harder than what he wanted to. That brings him through. Hang on, the screen's decided to have a freeze here.
Okay, we're just waiting for the screen to update before we can give you an official time. Let's have a look. Ollie Silverton.
So Ollie Silverton there with a 49.86. 49.86. So not quite as quick as what we've seen Brendan Doyle go, and we have seen Ollie go into the 48. So we see Danny Napping back out now. Danny wasn't feeling that awesome there before, so he decided to sit out and just try and build up a bit of strength and get his head back in the game, so not sure how Denny's going to go. He sat out a little bit. Denny residing in the Central Coast of New South Wales just comes through with a 24.5 in the split, 24.5. Not quite as quick as Jody Ely in the split. Then he's got Talia Elphick. Kolovic is wiping the Navi seat this weekend. His normal Navi can't be here, so Toughen Up's come through with a 51.16. So it's a pretty good effort for a bloke who couldn't even sit in the boat about an hour or so ago. He's not feeling well, so he's gone out there and given it his all, so I'm sure he'll go back and get some hydrolyte into him and probably chill out while the team run around and try and get sorted.
Let's certainly hope Danny is feeling better. Hasn't had a lot of time on the track today. That can be a hindrance, certainly when you're trying to dial into a better time. Running a new Sprint Tech haul and getting that boat up and running. It's an all-new package for Danny. And the Central Coast Warrior doing a good job there. Former ski racer, now a jet boat racer, doing a great job too, is Danny Napick. Okay, he's going away now. We turn our attention to the Spitwater.
Good Justin Roylance out there now on the 67 boat. So Justin just creeping up on this package today. All new Pulse Racing hull built in country Victoria there, and the fresh JRE engine power plant. So just been slowly creeping up on this package today. Didn't want to go out too early and cartwheel it or have any issues. So with a split there with a 24.06.
Oh.
And looks like we've got an issue out there. Not sure whether he's grabbed a bank or what he's done. They've been having a bit of a few issues with some oil and a few things leading up to this. So whether they've had an oil pressure issue then, the boat's still running, so it can't be too bad. Not sure what's happened there, but he's come straight back in with the DNF. Unfortunately for him, going off that split, he was going to put himself in around about P3 if he'd have kept that split going. But unfortunately, part of racing is you've got to finish. To finish first you have to finish. And unfortunately for Just, he's just got to go put that thing back on the trailer now. And we do have it top 8. So
Noel Verning coming out now, or Noel Verning, I beg your pardon, aboard quiet time. Let's see what Noel can do. His best time today was a 55.9. He's going to need to better that and by a long way if he's to advance. Let's see what he can do. This is one of the older engine combinations, as Mitch made a reference to earlier, as he come across the line with a 25.926. So he's out there giving it everything he can right now. Certainly looking smooth enough. The lines are looking good as he blocks that through. Now straight lines that portion of the track, and he'll come around one more time. Faces the back straight now for the final time before he cuts back through the middle. Cutting back through the middle into the right-hander for the final time. He'll stop the clock with a 54.117, and it is his best time of the day. 54.117.
So that puts Noel in P5. With 2 boats to come. We've still got to see Hugh Gilchrist in the Matrix, and then we've still got Simon Doyle in the Mistress. So, and Nolly's times there. Huey's best. Hang on, where are we? Huey's best so far was a 56.68. So if Hugh leans on this package a little bit more and has a go, he definitely got the option of putting himself into the top 6. Just got to build up that trust in the new hull, the new pulse hole. He's got the equipment there to do it. We've seen that amongst the other pulse JRE combinations with Justin Roylance. Not sure what's happened there. I will get an update with his pulse hole JRE engine. We've got Jody Ely with the pulse hole JRE engine, and then we've got Brendan Doyle in the same combination, and Simon Doyle as well. So Huey coming home strong here now. Last corner to go. A little bit more throttle there. That brings him in at a 55 flat, 55.00. So that puts Hugh Gilchrist on the bump now. He's on the bubble.
And well worth mentioning as well, his best time of the day as well. So he certainly has pulled out all the stops in the run home aboard the Matrix Racing entry. The 863 going back to the pits. And he'll have his fingers crossed as well. We were talking about fingers and toes and all sorts of things crossed.
Simon Doyle's best time so far today has been a 58.57, but now with brother Brendan driving the boat and throwing it down there with that 49, will we see Simon just lean on that loud pedal a little bit harder? Oh, he's a little bit crossed up out of the exit there. Will he lean on that loud pedal a little bit harder and just squeeze Huey Gilchrist out of the top 6 and put Simon in there himself? He does have the potential. So it's a 27, so his split's not quite as quick. He's a little bit over a second off with the split from Huey Gilchrist, so there's still time. Navi needs to lean over and push on Simon's right foot a little bit harder to get him to bring it home nice and strong, and the opportunity is still there. And we see a 57.94, 57.94. So it is Simon's quickest time for the day, but put hands together for Simon Doyle. That's the last we'll see of Simon Doyle today. Unfortunately, not making the cut for the top 6. And Justin Roylance in the Outlaw as well with that DNF. Bringing it back in, so not sure what happened there, but the boys will be back having a look and seeing what they can do to sort that out, and we'll be in the shed and getting ready to rock and roll for next meeting at Cabarita. So while we do have you, the next round of the V8 Superboats will be at Cabarita on the 4th and 5th of November. So if you can make it to that, definitely get up there. Otherwise, keep an eye on the socials for the live feed. And then we go to Temora, 3rd of February. That's for round 4. 3rd of February at Temora. 24th of February, later that month, we go to Griffith in New South Wales, country New South Wales. And then round 6 brings us back here to Keith on the 23rd of March, 2024 for the finals of the Australian V8 Superboats. Who will be crowned the king or queen of the classes when we're back here? Simon Doyle just having a few dramas getting on the trailer. Sometimes you see these things when other boats are running in a pit pool, it creates quite the washing machine in there, and it just swirls the water around. You come in there and you're pointing one way, but because you're not under power, your boat's going a totally different way, as we've just seen with Simon there before. So Bastion Mullen should be first one out. So we go now into the top 6. Top 6 of the LS class. Up here now, so Bastion Mullen leading the charge.
Certainly a tight turn there by Bastion as he got around, and now he'll come to the split. Let's have a look there with a 22.793. So a 22.7 for Bastion as he makes his way around this time, and have a look there. Certainly got the eyes on as he threads the eye of the needle. Now he's going to come down the bank chute past the CTVS sign-in and around that big long sweeper through the middle of the track into the right-hander. He'll stop the clock aboard the LS Powered Rip Shift with a 47.71. 47.71, that is a very good time, and in fact I feel confident in saying that is his best run of the day.
So to get himself into the top 6, he ran that 48, so he'd be very happy to know that he's going in the right direction now. So
Certainly.
Bastion with Talia in the navvy seat there, going great guns. Bastion's spent his life around motorsport, so only made sense to come jet sprinting, one of the pinnacle forms of motorsport in my opinion, but we are a bit biased up here because we love this sport. But so Bastion's gone out and reeled off his quickest time of the day by 2 tenths of a second, and now we see Kyle Elphinston. So bear in mind we will see this boat again today too in this round, because John Berry got in at P5, so that makes us a top wide. It was very close, shaving the grass over there then. So that makes us a top 7 due to John Berry being on the day license.
Certainly doing a good job out there, and we'll continue to watch him now. Absolutely flying. His first split there for Kyle was a 23.669. So 23.669. That's got him in good shape, one would feel. And if he can consolidate this down the back chute for the second half of the run, he'll come around this right-hander. We'll watch the clock as he comes across the line, a 49.614. 49.614. And not his best run of the day, but still.
Unfortunately, that split had him about a second off the pace in the first half of the lap. So Bastion's managing to put a second on Kyle in the first half and the second half. So Kyle's going to have to go back and try and just find that little bit more out of that jet unit. Obviously, they've leaning on the engine fairly well, but now's the time to go and make a change. You've got John going out there, sitting 6th, forcing a top 7. So if John can get out there and make a change and make it go the right way, we might see Kyle get himself back up onto that podium. Obviously we saw Mitch Malthouse come out there and peel out an absolute number, which we haven't seen from him all day, so I'm pretty happy with that. We've got Luke Waters out on the track at the moment, so Luke coming down from Queensland. So Luke's currently sitting number 7 in the rankings here today. So he'll be really pushing and trying to cut a line, but he wants to put this thing back on the trailer in one piece. So that's unfortunately what you've got to do in this sport. You've got to look at all your options, and generally the cheapest option is to get that back on the trailer in one piece. Luke split at 25.57, so he's 2 seconds off Kyle's speed in the front half of the track, so he runs through with a 53.80, 53, so I think that might be Luke's quickest time of the day.
Certainly is, bettering his best time of a 54.1. So a 53.805, and that is his best time. Well done there to Luke Waters. So the Spartan will go back to the pit area now. And yeah, their thumbs up as they go back aboard the Owens contracting entry, so they're pretty happy with that. Also support from OC Racing and TMC. Great to have the team here from Queensland this weekend. Okay, the No Limits entry coming out now, and this is Matthew Harrop. Let's see what he can do now as he gets jetting along, and that is a nice, quick gunshot out of the corner there, and he's certainly looking good. This boat working well right now. Matty is on full attack, and we'll continue to watch him as he comes down now. The Moistaz entry doing a good job. And the New Zealand pilot doing his best to progress into the next round during the finals. He stopped the clock with a 23.744. Now he's on the back end of this run, and we'll see if he can turn it up any to progress into the next round, as we were saying. And he'll come around now to stop the clock. Let's have a look, a 49.50, and that is his best time of the day.
49.950 for Harrop. So when he went through the split there, he was only a tenth off, less than a tenth off Kyle Elphingston. So, you know, he's come home strong. He's just lost a little bit in that back half of the track there, where he's overcooked a couple of corners and washed a bit of speed off. But
still 3/10 up on his best time though, so he's got to be happy with that. You've got to take the positives away.
So unfortunately for Luke Waters, that puts him on the trailer. So the Spartan boat that we've seen previously, he's finished for the day now. He'll be going back to get some casual clothes on and probably a jumper and get himself ready to sit down and watch the top three up on the hill there with you guys shortly, I reckon. Because we see now the local guy, Mitch Malthouse, coming off the trailer. Mitch Malthouse, as we saw there before, came flying out with that last run, put himself into P2 with a 49.74. So he'll be looking at bettering that now. So 49.74 would have him in P3 at the moment. So he'll be trying to get himself back in. He's got to do better than a 49.6 to cement himself into the top three. Otherwise, it's going to be a hard task to do from P3 with Nate Mullen yet to come, and we know he can lay a number down. John Berry's picking up time and speed.
So Malthouse now with a split of a 23.71 for the first one there, and he's certainly pushing because he wants to be inside that top three. As he'll make his way down now, he'll cut through the middle for the final time into the right-hander. Let's have a look as he stops the clock. The local boy with a 49.498, that puts him in second outright at this point. He'll be happy with that one.
Hands together for Mitch Malthouse. He's put Kyle Elphingston on the bubble here now. So Kyle's got to sit here with his fingers crossed for Nate Mullen's run.
Make some noise, Keith. Come on, let's hear ya.
So Mitchy Malthouse's best time to get him into the top six was a 49.74, and he's just gone and done a 49.4. So he's put 3/10 up on his best time. So that is a huge gain at this time of the day. So, you know, huge hands together for the team there, considering this boat was upside down and inside out and back in on the start line there. Father Matt drove it around the finish line. It's a really good effort to see this boat back out on the track, and you know the engineering of these things. A lot of other sports, if you'd done that, you'd be on the trailer and on the way home. But these things are fairly robust, and they've managed to make it all happen, get it all going, and here they are, pretty well cementing themselves into a top three run. So we've just got to see the rip shift machine with Nate Mullen at the wheel, and then the blackout machine with John Verry. And don't worry, John Verry's he's sneaking up on it today. John, to get himself in, has run the 52.0, but he's peeling seconds and seconds off once getting used to this boat. So, you know, the potential is there for John to go and put the cat amongst the pigeons as well. So don't count him out. Although John's got to keep in mind that it's not his boat, and depends on how Nate goes here. The bloke who owns the boat is actually sitting on the bubble in number 3, so he's going to keep that in mind and just see where he's sitting after this run here of Nate Mullen. Nate's time to get him into this top 6 was a 49.9. And a 49.9 right now was a 49.990. So that has him sitting in 5th place with a 49.990. So we have seen Nate go quicker prior to this.
Certainly will be interesting to see if he can get back to his best time of a 48.16. 48.169 is his best time today, and he's got this rip shift boat up and boogieing right now as he'll come around to split for the first sector, and it is a 22.938. So not a bad effort there from young Nate, and he is certainly hammering this one home.
So that split has actually got him sitting second so far. If he can keep this lap speed up, this will bring him home in second spot, which will concrete him into the top 3, obviously, with Mitch Malthouse. So, yep, here we go, 48.06. 48.06. So he's only 3/10 of his big brother there, Bastian. So huge hands together for Nate Mullen for bringing that lap home clean. So unfortunately, that's the end of the top 6. So next time you see these boats, we're going into the top 3. So Luke Waters, Matthew Harrop, and Kyle Elphingston out at the moment, with Mitch Malthouse sitting on the bubble. So John Very can still come out and, like I said, throw that cat amongst the pigeons with a he's got to beat a 49.49 to put Mitch Malthouse back on the trailer. And John hasn't gone quicker than a 52, so he's got to pick up 3 seconds to put Mitch Malthouse on the trailer. So we'll see what John can pull out here. We'll get a fair indication when he comes through the split here shortly. His split's got to be pretty well better than a 23.7. We see him come through with a 24.48, so it's a big ask from here on in for John Very. He's come a long way today in the borrowed boat. I can't see him picking up the back half speed.
Okay, John will come around for the final time. Let's have a look through the right-hander. We stop the clock with a 51.126. That is his best time, but not enough to get him into that top 3, a 51.126.
Hands together, guys, for the 4 that don't continue on. So we're going to see Kyle Elphingston, Matt Harrop, John Very, sorry about that, and Luke Waters not progress here today. So the 2 Kiwis with Matt Harrop and John Very, they've come a long way. First time racing their boats over here in Australia, or one of their boats and a borrowed boat, so they've done pretty well to make it this far. And Kyle Elphingston he's missed out by 1.8 seconds to get into the top 3. So we do see Bastian Mullen, Nate Mullen, and local boy Mitch Malthouse progress onto the top 3 shortly, as we see Hugh Gilchrist out on track now in the Matrix. Huey split there with a 26.13. 26.13. So Huey coming here P6 with a 55 flat. So as long as Huey comes in here quicker than a 55.00, he'll be quite happy, I think. And we see a 53.51. So huge congratulations there to Huey. Quickest time of the day for him. So he'll be stoked with that performance. It's not over until it's over. So here's the first boat out. We've still got 5 boats left to come.
I can't find this.
So only takes. We've seen how easy it is to grab a bank and spit it out and clog that jet unit. So There is still hope there for Hugh, even though he's not sitting quite as quick as where the others are. He's still got a pretty good chance of sticking his nose in that top 3.
Okay, let's have a look at the quiet time coming up next, and it'll be Noel Verning once again for the orange weapon, supported by AgFab Contracting and JMV Crate. They are the sponsors for Noel Verning as he makes his way around, and we'll have a look at the split, which will come up very shortly, down through the bottom there as he makes his way through, and he will now be eyeing off this first split. Let's have a look. It's a 25.786, a 25.786, so he's got some work to do, that is for sure, but we'll see what he can stop the clocks with an overall time here. As we continue to watch now the quiet time entry for the final time down that back chute, launches really hard aboard the Group A, and for the final time this right-hander, and the clock will stop for Noel Verning, a 54.033, 54.033.
Oh, he'll be pretty happy with that. So far, that
His
puts
best
him
time.
the quickest lap of the day for him, but also that puts him sitting number 1. So I should get a photo of that for Noel. He's on the board here, sitting number 1. Big Nath sitting up there beside him, Nathan Garrett. Navigating in the quiet time machine. So Nolly's come a long way and really leaning on that loud pedal quite hard these days. So he's not afraid of getting out there and giving it plenty of jandle, so the Kiwis say, with napping back out.
Coming up now on the toughen up entry, let's see what he can do. He's going to be looking to make his way forward, there is no doubt about that. As he goes through, I think his best time today so far has been a 51.1. Let's see if he can improve on that. And if he does, that will set him up beautifully as he comes across the line. A 24.182 for the first sector split. Now he's into the back end of the course now. And with his second sector on the line, he's got a right pin perfect, and that's exactly what he's doing as he comes down through that tight left-hander and now on the back chute now, before splitting through the middle where he's coming and into that right-hander. The stop clock will go to a 50.455, 50.455.
So that puts Danny into P1 so far, with still 3 more boats to come. And Danny took the chocolates last time at Temora. We had had a few issues with a couple of other contending boats. Not to say that he wouldn't have got it anyway, but you know, the racing was sort of narrowed down. We've got a few extra boats here this time round, so you know, Danny's out there still fighting a bit of a stomach bug or something. Something he ate that he didn't like. Probably cucumber, I'd say. No one likes cucumber, but. Anyway, Denny coming in there with a 50.455, has him sitting P1 at the moment. We've still got Jody Ely, who's facing the starter now. We've got Ollie Silverton, and we've got Simon Doyle. No, should be Brendan Doyle still yet to come, sorry. So Jody Ely will be out for some redemption here today. So to get him into the top 6, he's done a 50.94. His best time today is a 50.74, so he will be trying to grow on that and secure himself a position on the podium. Jody, you're not scared to get out there and have a go. He knows he can do it. He's got the equipment to do it. He's just got to get it and make it happen. So far with his split, he's got the quickest split out there. We'll see what he can do when he comes back down through the middle of the track here, across the finish line for the 49.184. 49.184. So that is Jody's quickest time.
Well, what a fantastic effort there by the Aussie too, and he's got a new boat combination out there coming to terms with. So he has certainly given everything he can, and the Rampage Pulse entry will go back to the pits there. He's got to be happy with that. That was certainly percolating beautifully, and that will put him in good stead moving forward.
Still has him, you know, a little bit off the pace there with Ollie Silverton. So Ollie to get in, he ran a 49, but Ollie has run a 48.79. So we'll see what Ollie can do here. His best time so far is a 48.79. We haven't seen him do that since. He came out last time there with a 49.8, so he was over a second off his best time. Bit of a hesitation there, Paul. You can hear him just lift the throttle a little bit. As it comes through, his split is a 23.5. So that puts him, Jody Ely was a 23.4. So Jody's got him in the first sector of the track. So whether Ollie can make up the time in the last half of the track here, as he comes down through, takes a left-hander for the last time. Again, to smooth this out. That gets him into P2. So Ollie Silverton currently sitting in P2 with a 49.59. So, you know, he's gone a little bit backwards from his 48 that he ran earlier. So he'll be looking to try and get that back for the last run, next run in the top three. So yet to come out, we've still got Brendan Doyle, and Brendan's proven that he can go all right in the Mistress. He's done a 49.58. So he's still got to pick up to pip Jody at the post here. He's got to get into a 49 flat, better than a 49.18. Will we see him go into the 48s? I do not know, but Brendan seemed to get a handle on the old boat fairly quick, and he's back in contention. He thought he had himself ruled out, but I think the competitive streak in him has made sure that won't be happening. He's a little bit hot into that corner and had a little bit of an oversteer, but still early on. So we see the split time of Jody Ely as a 23.44 to bring it home with a 49.18. So we've seen Brendan Doyle here with a 23.27. So Brendan is quicker to the split. Can he keep it together for the rest of the lap? Time will tell. Coming up through here. Around the outside. Come through the middle of the Witch's Hat there. Last right-hander. Puts himself into P2. Brendan Doyle with a 49.20. 49.20. So here's that's the best time for Brendan with a 49.20. But Jody Ely has still got the bragging rights going into the top three. So unfortunately, can you put your hands together for Noel Verning, Hugh Gilchrist and Danny Napick, who we won't be seeing back out today. So we've got the Quiet Time machine, the Matrix machine and the Toughen Up machine have all retired back onto the trailer, and we will see Jody Ely in Rampage. We will see Brendan Doyle in the Mistress and Ollie Silverton in the Sun Tough PSP machine, with Spider, Glenn Roberts out on track here now in the Blown Budget machine. Spider's the guy that just keeps chipping away. We've seen him on the podium quite a few times. Quietly spoken, he's gone a little bit wide there and was very lucky to keep that off the bank, but Spider throwing this thing around.
Certainly we're on a good job now as we watch Spider now. He's coming towards the bottom end of the track. His split was a 24.06, a 24.06. And now to the line, just backs off that little bit, and he'll bring the blown boat, the blown The Blow-in budget boat across the line with a 50.810. 50.810 for the Blow-in budget of Spider Roberts. So 50.810.
That's Spider's quickest time by the look of it. The previous quickest time was round 4, or qualified number 4 with a 50.84. So he's picked up 0.3 of a second to get himself back home here now, but probably not quite quick enough to get him right through to the top 3. But as we know, as we've seen, even some of the best can have an issue, whether it's grab a bank or have a failure. We hope there's no failures. We want to see some good clean racing.
Chaos on the track now. Sorry, there as Scotty Carrouse comes out now. And he is absolutely starting to wind this thing up, looking good on the blue boat there. This thing percolating beautifully, thanks to Castro and Moses and Sons, as he now comes around looking to stop the clock on this split. And the first sector there with a 22.66, so that is quite a respectable time there, and he'll be very happy with that. Probably going to the top of the splits there, but he's got to carry the momentum for the rest of the circulation there, so let's hope he can possibly get it in the 47 bracket or thereabouts, and we'll find that out very, very shortly, because he's only got to negotiate this right-hander aboard the Chaos, and a 47.399, so there you go, we're right around the mark, a 47.399, and he'll be happy with that, will the ex-Australian champion.
Whew. Pretty happy with how he's come home there. So we saw one of the quickest splits we've seen out of the Ramjet machine was into the 21.5. So he's down a little bit there on the over a second down on the split. So it makes it hard to come back from there. But 45s are where we're at with the Ramjet machine. With Daryl Hutton facing the starter here now in the Phoenix Lubricants American Imports machine.
Hutton's done a good job so far. He's done a 46.9. Let's see if he can emulate that or something close to, as he just squirts it through there aboard the United Fuels Phoenix Lubricants entry. And have a look at the way he just turns that in. That sticks like you know what. And he'll come across the line to split with a 22.602. So he's another one that is gunning for the top of the timesheets. And we'll see what he can do. Certainly means business as he comes through the mid-track there. Now he's only got one quarter of the track to go as he comes down the back chute. Then he'll split the middle again one more time in the right-hander to the line. And let's see now.
He puts himself up on the top of the table there of the Superboats that have come out now with a 46.34. That should be enough to cement him into the top 3. With Rob Coley yet to come and the Ramjet machine yet to come out. So
time's continuing to tumble. That was his quickest run of the day, the 46.348 for the Phoenix Lubricants entry of Daryl Hutton. You've got to be happy with that.
You can see he was aiming for that too. When he came out of that start chute, he was a lot more aggressive than we've seen earlier on in the day. So this will definitely be a boat to keep an eye on. You'll notice Rob will leave this start line fairly hard now. We've seen it numerous times there. Rob will just come out and he'll be onto this from the get-go. He won't leave much on the table here, I'll give you the tip. Rob's not known for going easy on equipment.
I was going to say, Coley certainly running 10/10ths right now aboard the 111. This Poison Ivy is absolutely percolating. Oh, he's up high, but he gets through there. Let's have a look at the split of 23.0. That is a good split.
So he's down on Daryl Hutton and Scott Krause with their 22.2 and a 22.6. So Rob's going to have to bring this home fairly hard if he wants to see himself on the podium.
Let's see if he can fire it up for this last sector now as he comes through the right-hander. All eyes on the clock, and a 48.161 and a rat-a-tat-tat as he went across the line as well. 48.161.
So it puts Rob Coley on the bubble here now. Rob, Rob goes out fairly hard. I think he might have left a little bit on the table out there then, or he might have been driving the boat on the limit to the setup, but we've seen Rob be a little bit more aggressive and get up the third a little bit harder in previous race meetings, but unfortunately that puts Rob right on the bump with the ramjet machine to yet come out. So those guys will be on the ramp there now with their fingers crossed.
Fire. Okay, we got a fire on the 111. I'm just looking down in the area now, and there's a fire in the engine.
Scotty's just jumped in there. So we got a fire on the catch can there. So crews jumped straight in, put the fire out. Dedicated crew there.
Well, look at that, just like Johnny on the spot, certainly got it sorted out.
That was Glenn. So here's together for Glenn for the big dive that he just put on there. I hope someone got that on camera. Walking away looking like Henry Winkler in a leather jacket there now, mate, that wet race suit on. Right, I'm just going to take a couple of minutes here. I think while Fonzie gets ready, these guys will just hang back and not get in the way so we can get the next boat out.
Looks like the next boat out is going to be the man that has been the hardest to beat all day. This is the Ramjet entry coming your way. And Fonzie Mullen, he has been on it from the get-go. And
quickest time so far today has been a 45.050. So will we see a 44 out of this? I don't know, because since he done that 45, he has gone a little bit backwards off there. So whether he made a few changes and went the wrong way, not 100% sure, but we will have a couple of seconds.
Fair to say, though,
out where he's going to sit when he comes through for this split.
It is fair to say for Fonzie, he hasn't gone higher than a 45.2. So we'll see what happens this time around. Missed a couple of rounds. He's been content to sit out, but now he's got the eyes on because this is the business end of the deal. Crossing the line, 26.1.
21.6.
Sorry, 21 point.
So
yes.
quickest so far. He's been in the 21.4, so he still is a little bit down on his best split. So I don't think we'll see that 44 in this run. He might be saving the best till last, because if he keeps up the current rate, he should be quite comfortable on the podium. Woo! With a 45.96. 45.96. So he's nearly a full second off where we saw him there earlier. So I'd say he'll go back to the drawing board and he'll want to go and put a good show on for everyone for the last lap.
Yeah, I feel pretty confident there. We certainly more left there for the Ramjet entry. Fonzie will pull it out when it counts the most. Don't you worry about that. But a 45.962 on that circulation. He'll have to look for a quicker revolution next time round, I am sure.
Well done there to Fonzie Mullen and Lee Stewart sitting in the silly seat. And folks, I don't know whether he's had a look at that machine while you were in the pits, but I think it's the biggest LS engine in the world, I think. If I've got it wrong, I'm sure he'll let me know. 583 cubes for memory, making 1,000 odd, give or take, horsepower, all built in-house at the GM Motorsport. So, top three after that, because we do have 5 boats with Tyler Finch pulling out there early with an issue and dropping that cylinder, which was sad to see because he was starting to get on top of that machine. So first to cement their spot in the top 3 is definitely Fonzie in the Ramjet machine. Second will be Daryl Hutton, and third should see Scott Krause in the Chaos Machine. So we'll see the big cube small block taking on the two twin turbo machines for the top step. Now Hutto's coming in strong there with bringing it back down to around, well, there's less than half a second in that 45.96 and the 46.34. So, you know, Hutto's in with a shot here if he can lay a good lap down. And whether Fonzie's still got more to throw on the table, we will find out next time we see the Unlimited Superboat. So, unfortunately for Rob Coley and Glenn Roberts, those guys are back on the trailer as we get ready to come into LS Class Top 3.
It looks like the first boat out will be it will be one of the Mullins, either Bastian or Nate. We'll try to get a confirmation on this as they roll around.
Just trying to have a look on the boat ram there. I can't see whether Nate or Bastian are in. Here we go. So the timer, the boys have got Bastian's timer on there, so hopefully Bastian's in the boat, and by the look of the lines he's cutting, it definitely is Bastian. So Bastian coming through here, we'll see how he goes. The 22.6, so he's up there definitely with a couple of his quickest, if not the quickest, he's been to the split. We can see one of his quick ones here was a 22.8, so no, he's not leaving anything on the table for this run home. Will we see him all the way to a 47.69, so a 47.69, which is his best time for the day. So hands together for Bastian Mullen, guys. Best time of the day, saved it till last. That is definitely going to be a hard lap to beat for the guys coming out in LS. It's going to be a quick driver change for the rip shift guys. So Bastian's gone out first. Next we'll see Mitch Malthouse, the local favourite here in the Nude Nuts machine. Now bear in mind this thing was upside down and inside out before with Matt at the wheel. They've managed to get it back on track. Didn't drop a lap, and here they are in the top three. So Mitch is going to go out and give it everything he's got here, because he's going to have to dig deep to get this one on the top step.
Well, Keith, this is your opportunity to support one of your hometown boys coming up. It is Mitch Malthouse, and he has cracked the top three. This is his opportunity to go for the win. So make some noise, get behind him, give him a cheer, show some appreciation, because Mitch is about ready to let loose.
Now to get himself up on that top step, he does have to dig deep and try and get over a second and a half on his best time. But he's come a long way today, so time will tell. And whether his old man said, righto mate, win it or bin it, checkers or wreckers, or whether he said, bring that boat home in one piece, but you didn't, Dad. So let's just see how we go to the split here. We know Bastian's split was a 22.6. Mitch has gone through with a 23.4, so you know, he has got a lot to make up in the back end of the track. Not saying it can't be done, but it is going to be a big feat if he can make that time up. Because Bastian had a pretty clean lap in the back end of the track. But what will we see for the local favourite, Mitch Malthouse, as he comes down through the centre of the track for the last time today, crosses the line with a 49.11. So hands together for the local Mitch Malthouse. Not only have they really dug deep to get that thing going back again today. He's finished on the fastest time that he's managed to put together today. So congratulations to Mitch and the Nude Nuts team. Got Harrison Collins there in the navvy seat, strapping himself in for the best ride of his life. So,
well, there you go. They got that stringer out there, and they wrung its neck for everything that it was worth. And they might not have won it overall, but they've certainly put on a great showing here today.
So just reading a fun fact here about Mitch. So matter like this one. So fun fact, beat my dad in his own boat on my third race. So you can add another one to that too, Mitch. And you can say you kept it straight for the rest of the day. So congratulations there. Awesome effort from the guys to get that thing back on the water. But unfortunately, it's not going to get him on the top step, but it could have him on the second step.
Absolutely, and while he's going back there, let's take a moment to thank his sponsors today. Matson Motors, Heinz Bobcat and Hire, Alan and Michelle Cock, Frank Faction, McMurray's Contracting, Collins Contracting and Earth Moving, and Simpson Farms, all getting behind the local boy, which is great to see.
Just while the rip shift machine gets ready for Nate to come up, I've got Justin Roylance up here in the commentary tower. He's just let us know that he did have a little bit of a brain fart out there. Thought he was still in qualifying, but they did have a little bit of an issue with that engine. The oil light came on, and thought it might be a better idea to trust the oil light than argue with the wife later on if there was an issue with the engine, and I didn't stop because unfortunately there is data saved these days, so he can't say that the light wasn't on. But anyway, I've got Justin in here. How did that new package feel, mate?
Absolutely fantastic. Huge thumbs up to Brad from JRE and Daniel from Pulse. Thank you very much, lads. And thanks to my wife too. Cheers.
Short and sweet. But yeah, so the boat looked pretty good out there. So we'll no doubt cabin next meeting and Samora and Griffith after that before we're back here. So by the time we're back here, I dare say we'll see that thing nudging on the podium there, trying to stick it to the guys that are backed into the water there now, ready to rock and roll for Group A when it comes back up. So R&D is a big thing, and throwing these boats in the water and getting a result, early on is a very hard feat. So it's a huge thumbs up and hands together for the guys that can manage to pull it off. But when it's only a hobby, the time and effort to get in and get that done is a big ask. So rightio, now we've got Nate Mullen, brother of Bastion, who's gone down and laid down an absolute ripper time, a 47.69 to try and catch. Now we've seen Nate go into the 48s. Can he do it again and put himself on the second step? He's overcooked that corner there a little bit hard, so whether he's trying to reel his brother in, time will tell when he gets around to the split. He smooths it out a little bit more now, so might have just got a little bit excited going into that first corner as he comes down through the split here with a 22.826, so he's exactly 2/10 off his older brother there. If he can keep this lap together, it's going to be we probably will see it in the 47s. It's definitely going to be a low 48 if he can keep it together.
As he shoots down the back chute, we'll see if he can hold it together now. He's coming through the middle into the right-hander. All eyes go to the clock for a 25.052 in the second split with a 47.878 and just 2/10 shy. So bad luck there.
Pretty much held. He's actually going a little bit quicker in the second half of the track than Brother Bastion, because through the split there, they were exactly 2/10 difference, and it's less than 2/10 in the back end. So Nate's got bragging rights on the back end of the track, but putting the whole lap together, Bastion's going to take the chocolates. So, can we get big hands together for our LS guys with Mitch Malthouse coming in third place with a 49.119. Nate Mullen, second step with a 47.878. And Bastian Mullen taking the chocolates this meeting with a 47.697. So a huge congratulations to the guys for getting it all together and putting it all together and keeping it all together till it mattered. You know, these guys coming up fairly strong early on, and they've managed to hold that pace all day. So a huge congratulations to them. As we see, current New Zealand champion, and if he takes the win today, it's going to put him fairly high on the rankings for the current Australian season. So Ollie Silverton came out all guns blazing there earlier and reeled out an absolute curler of a time as he comes through with a 23.149 for the split. He's definitely put himself right up near that top step. He can hold this together for the back half of the lap, which is looking pretty good so far. Cutting some very neat race lines there, brings it through for a 48.885. 48.885. He's definitely going to throw the gauntlet out there now. He has not left anything on the table. Not quite as quick as what he's done earlier on. He has done a 48.794, but that's got him within 900ths of a second of his fastest time. So no one yet has been that fast apart from Ollie. So we will see whether Brendan Doyle can get his brother's boat onto that top step. Going to be a big feat, but it's not unheard of. So huge hands together for Ollie Silverton there for laying down a lap and putting it out there and saying to the boys, right, catch me if you can. With Brendan Doyle in the warm-up pool here now, just starting to address the starter. Brendan Doyle in the borrowed boat, so this is his old boat prior to getting his new Pulse package. The Mistress, so Brendan's going to go out. I don't think he's going to leave anything on the table here, but that was very knifey into that corner, so he's definitely trying to put a lap down, but turning like that ain't going to get his corner speed up. So he's probably watched a little bit of time off in the first half of the lap. But if he can hold it together all the way, he's still got himself quite the opportunity here. 23.260, so he's quicker in the... No, sorry, he's not. Ollie Silverton went at 23.149, so he's got a little bit to make up. It's the difference in that first corner where he knifed it. So it's still possible to bring it home from here. He's just got to really get them race lines sorted and keep that corner speed. Watched a little bit of time off there, but Brendan Doyle has taken it to Ollie Silverton on the top step, 48.687. 48.687, so he's taken 0.2 of a second in that back half of the track. Great drive there from Brendan Doyle. That one's going to be hard to beat. Great boat setup from Simon Doyle. He should get all the praise. Congratulations there to the Mistress team and the Girlfriend team for laying that lap down. Jody Ely has got a big drive ahead of him if he wants to stand near the top step.
I tell you what, it's all on the line now for Jody, isn't it? The Rampage entry. And we'll try to have a look at his best time of the day, which was a 49.1. And that's just outside of what's been laid down so far. So he's going to have to step it up just a little. Let's see if he can do it. But nevertheless, now the Rampage entry coming out. The reigning Australian number 2 coming out to play. And it's all on the line for the Rampage pilot here today. Jody now gets himself ready. And launches like a bullet out of a gun. Away we go. Let's have a look he's going to be looking for a fast split, there's no doubt. As he cuts through the corners there, certainly got the business eyes on as he makes his way around.
So Jody's got the RPM sitting about where he wants it by the sound of that. This thing is absolutely singing. Let's see him come back through under the split here and to see what we can see. So Jody Ely with a 22.55. So not quite as quick as what we've seen with Ollie Silverton and Brendan Doyle with a... Oh, sorry, no. Jody Ely is nearly over half a second up to the split. They were in the 23, so Jody Ely is really on a number here. This is definitely going to be the lap that we've seen. And Jody Ely has taken the top step. Jody Ely with a 47.397. Huge hands together for Jody Ely. He's throwing their hands around here, as happy as a pig in you know what. This new package, he knew last meeting that this had the potential. Had a bit of an oopsie. Quite a big oopsie. But a huge congratulations there to Jody Ely. And a huge congratulations to the Pulse camp and the JRE camp, because that's the JRE and Pulse, you know, they've got a few boats in the Group A thing, but this is only a fresh package for them, so they'd be absolutely over the moon. I was about to say something over here, but you shut up. Just Brendan knows. So as it sits, we've got Jody Ely on the top step, and a little bit of controversy's been thrown out here. Just having a look here now, the timing, there's a little bit of an issue here in timing, so we're just trying to sort that out between Ollie and Brendan Doyle. Yeah. So Jody Ely has taken the first step, but in an interesting twist, Ollie Silverton gets second place because unfortunately the Mistress machine, they were running Simon Doyle, the boat owner's transponder, with Brendan Doyle at the wheel. So Brendan Doyle comes in third place there due to a bit of a technicality by running the wrong transponder. We've seen it over the years. So unfortunately for Brendan Doyle, he loses second step there, and Ollie Silverton comes through with a bit of luck on his side, even though he's 0.2 of a second down. He's managed to get second step on the podium due to that slight technicality. So, unfortunately, with the hustle and bustle of getting Brendan ready to go in that boat, something so simple was missed as the transponder. So, congratulations to Jody Ely, Ollie Silverton, and Brendan Doyle in our International Group A class.
Okay, moving right along now into our final grouping now. This is the Unlimiteds, and the first one out is the Chaos of Scott Krause, and he will be looking to tear it up out there on the track now. This Chaos boat has been on song all day long, and he's going to want to bring it home with a strong finish, so we'll keep an eye on him as he's going to come around to take the first marker. Let's have a look, see what he pulls it in with. A 22.708. 22.708 for Scotty Krause. But the Chaos is alive and pumping. And he knows right now all he's got to do is ride the best that he can and pull in the lowest time, which he is trying to do down the back straight one more time before cutting straight back through the centre, where he's looking good into that right-hander and to the line. Let's have a look for Scotty aboard Chaos, a 47.510. 47.510.
He's lost a bit of time in the back half of the track there, so he's up on where he's been today. He's been running some pretty quick times there now, so just having a look back, 47.5, so he has gone a 47.45 out there. He's gone a 47.39, so he's a little bit down on where he has been today, but all in all, he's done a stellar effort to get the boat to where it is, and luckily for him, that was his last lap, and he's driving it back on the trailer in one piece, so not everyone gets to experience that, but good drive. Congratulations to Scotty and his navigator James Parsons on their performance here today. So with 2 boats left to come, Scotty will be sitting here with fingers and toes crossed to see where he's going to finish up here. But
and of course,
Daryl Hutton's been on the number all day, so it's going to be definitely a challenge to see where Hutto gets to. So Hutto's been running. He's gone into a 46 there last run, so if he can better that again, it's definitely going to be something worth watching here now. So
Daryl Hutton fires it up and away we go for his final run of the day. This is the Phoenix Lubricants entry. Beautifully presented boat, bright colours, and right now it is on song. Loud and proud as he comes around the bottom there, and he is going good as he comes to the split. Let's have a look at some time, and it'll be a 22.086. 22.086. That is he's
7/10 of a second up on Scott Krause there now. Daryl Hutton, you can see he's really pushing hard. He has cooked a few corners here and probably washed off a little bit of speed for himself, but all in all, he's still throwing a stellar performance out there right now as we see him come down through the last right-hander, crossing the finish line there with a 46.353. So that is 46.353. So not quite his quickest time. So last time out was a 46.348. So he's gone a slight bit slower there, but I don't think he left anything on the table there. He done the best he can. So hands together for Daryl Hutton, who is currently sitting first with 1 boat left to come.
So the Victorian American Imports entry going back to the pits there with good support as well from Frex Refrigeration, Phoenix Lubricants, United Fuels, ANC Forestry, Victorian American Imports, Wimmera Valley Waste, just some of the sponsors. And now we are down to but one. And this man has been on it all day long. Fonzie Mullen coming out in the ramjet. And I'll tell you what, he will have the eyes on, there is no doubt about this. And this should be a super run. But what a great day it has been here at the Penrite presented V8 Superboats Australian Championship. So, it is on now. The money is on the line. There is but one. In many ways, all the pressure mounts now on Fonzie because he's got it all to do. The others have baked their time. They're hoping for the best. But Fonzie's got to go and put a perfect lap in. Can he do it? Time will tell. And at the moment, he's got a 46.353 from Daryl Hutton.
We have seen him do a 45.05, so we know he's got it in him. Whether he's going to aim for the 44 to finish on, well, I would if that was me, if I had the equipment available, but time will tell here now. If we get everybody up on their feet, last boat out, Fonzie Mullen. What can we see here? The water's nice and smooth. The boat's sitting. A little bit of a RPM grab there. The boat's probably got a little bit of air under it. So here we'll see him come down in under the split here now. Going off the throttle there. So we're seeing a 21 flat. So going off that, we should see the 44 that we just spoke about. Should see him into the high 44s, going off where that split is right now. If he can run this lap home, clean as a whistle for the rest of the lap. Last time through the right-hander. Boom, 44.46. Hands together, Fonzie Mullen. 44.46 to take the top of the table here today. 44.46 beats Daryl Hutton in the Victorian American Imports with a 46.35, and then we see Scott Krause in the Chaos Machine with a 47.51.
Well, there you go, race fans. What a fantastic run in the finals that was. Please make some noise. Fonzie's going to come back out with that checkered flag. Get your cameras out, get your phones, get the videos happening. Like to see this trending across social media. And if you are putting it up, please hashtag it with the Australian Championship for V8 Superboats, and of course Penrite Oils also.
Throw it up there with Penrite V8 Superboats. As Fonzie's out there throwing that flag around. He's put on the show for you guys today.
Boys, girls, ladies and gentlemen, let us hear ya. Fonzie's done a great job from Victoria. And there you go, look at that, a little bit of roundabout racing there. And he's got it going on. Woo! The Ramjet brings it home. Thumbs up from the boys. Fantastic going there. Lee Stewart, his navigator. Big smiles from Lee as well. And the Ramjet Pulse certainly making it happen. I'll tell you what an exciting day. If you haven't been before, keep an eye on social media. We'll be back again. And when we do, make sure you bring a friend, bring your family, bring your work colleagues, bring everyone you know, because we want them to have as good a day as you had today.
A huge congratulations to our winners. It looks like we're seeing Jody Ely in the Rampage machine backing down in there. So the LS, we see Bastian Mullen out there in the Stinger with the GM Performance package out there on the top step with a 47.69, closely followed by brother Nate Mullen in the Rip Shift GM Performance Stinger Hull with a 47.87. Then we see Mitch Malthouse in the JRE powered Nude Nuts Stinger with a 49.119. In International Group A, we see Jody Ely on the top step in the Rampage brand new Pulse package powered by a JRE power plant. And we see Ollie Silverton take the second step with the PSP Racing Sun Tough Sprintec machine coming out of the Magnum Performance over there in New Zealand. They came here, they made a few changes yesterday afternoon to get some more power out of the machine, and it's definitely worked. And then we see the unfortunate incident there with Brendan Doyle sporting the wrong transponder in the Mistress, the JRE powered Maccraft Pulse that's had a few going overs over the years, but he's gone out and proved today that there's nothing wrong with that old hull. Coming in with a 48.68, and then we see in the pinnacle class here, the unlimited class, Fonzie Mullen in the Ramjet Pulse boat powered by GM Performance LS. We've got Daryl Hutton in the Victorian American Imports Stinger hull powered by a far faster twin turbo 400 cube, and Scott Krause in the Chaos Stinger hull powered by a far faster twin turbo 400 cube as well. So a huge congratulations, a huge hand together for everybody involved. Our safety crew that have been out there battling the cold breeze all day, the water all day, as we see Jody Ely back off the trailer here to undo his flag run. And a huge thank you to the guys here at Keith for The presentation of this track just sets the bar very high for all the other tracks. We've got beautifully kept grass here. The facilities are second to none. It's great to see.
Race fans, before you go, put your hands together for Jody Eli as he comes out aboard the Rampage. What a fantastic effort that was. He's got the checkered flag in his hand, and now it unfurls a very well-deserved victory, and he will savour this, and a good opportunity for the photographers, another Kodak moment. So get your phones out, give him a round of applause, stamp your feet, make some noise. Well done to Jody as he celebrates a well-earned victory, as we said. And the V8 Superboat Championship Series proudly brought to you by Penrite. We thank them for their support. Also all of our other associate sponsors, JCB, Bendigo Bank, CTVS and Spitwater as well. This is the Spitwater Stadium, and what a day it has been in Keith, South Australia, for round 2 of the series.
Well, that pretty much wraps us up, Paris. I want to thank you for joining me up here today and taking your cherry on the V8 Superboats. First time here, first time commentating.
Well, Mitch, thank you very much for having me. What a fantastic day. I've certainly enjoyed it. It's a lot different than the clay oval tracks of the Speedway, mate, but I'll tell you, the adrenaline pumps and it gets you going. I love the revs, the sounds, the thrills, the spills, everything that happens out here on the shallow water. And I certainly look forward to coming back again and seeing this all happen, because they said, watch out, because if this thing hooks you, you're going to get hooked. And I think I got that itch.
We've all been through that, mate. That's why the crowd's here. Big thank you to the crowd for toughing it out through not the best weather. Hopefully next time we're here, the weather's a bit nicer and we can see that hill full. But anyway, all in all, we've had a pretty good day. There wasn't too many spills. There was plenty of thrills. And now, we got the safety crew wandering back in looking for a hot shower and some dry clothes.
Yeah, we must give them a big round of applause and a big thank you to all the officials and volunteers who have done a stellar job today. Everyone has gone above and beyond the call of duty. From the people on the front gate to the people working the track, the timing tower, the people doing everything around the track. We thank each and every one of you for your time, your effort and your energy, because without you, we wouldn't have this series up and going, and it really is a good indication of people power, and that is exactly what we love to see. As much as we love to see the horsepower, we love to see the people power as well. So that looks like it wraps up all the action today on the water. But I think there's still some trophy presentations to happen downstairs a little bit later. If you want to come down and join us, please come down and celebrate with the winners and grinners. Put your hands together for them and give them a pat on the back for a job well done.
One of the other things we don't usually get people to give a thanks to is the racers and the crews for putting the boats together and making sure they last the whole day. And it's a big effort for these guys. They don't get to watch much racing because they're flat out there trying to keep these things ready to go in the water. So, huge congratulations and a round of applause for those guys out there that help make it happen, because without the boats we can't put a show on. So, all right, closing out, mate. Thank you very much for the day. It's been a good one, and I hope to see you next time we're here.
Mitch, thanks for having me. I look forward to coming back. If the invite comes my way, you bet I will be here, mate, and I'll be lapping it up just as much as I did today. The eyes were wide open, and I loved every second of it. The eyes, the ears, the whole senses got going today, and I look forward to doing it again. Boys, girls, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming. Please take it easy on your drive home, whether you are local or far away, interstate, wherever you may be. Take it safe on the roads, because we want to see you out here next time. My name is Paris Charles, and on behalf of Mitch Roylance, it is good night and God bless from the Spitwater Arena.
Penrite, Australian-made, family-owned and operated. Make premium quality engine and racing oils, warranty-approved coolants, automatic transmission and manual gear oils, a complete range of engine and fuel additives, heavy-duty and industrial products for every application. Visit penriteoil.com for more information. Penrite, Australian-made for Australian conditions since 1926.
Spitwater is a trusted Aussie icon. Its products are built tough, just like the conditions they work in. A wide range of Spitwater pressure cleaners is available in hot or cold water, electric, petrol or diesel, offering a wide range of cleaning solutions. Royal Answers also stock the VacStorm range of tough commercial vacuums for both wet and dry cleaning options. For the cooler months, there is the popular Jetfire range of LPG and diesel heaters. Available from Royal Answers Tractor Replacements, Sam Street, Forbes.